start around 2:32, 2 minutes more. Right. Terima kasih. Okay, shall we start now? All right, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all Asian partners from Malaysia, from China, and from Cambodia, and good morning to our European partner from Romania. Welcome to SDG Journalism Reporting Project for TOT session. So as we all know, today is our second session for TOT training for module 2 related to sustainability. So I'm Azni Omar from Universiti Utara Malaysia. So as you all know, we have two sessions actually. The first session will be carried out by Universiti Utara Malaysia. So we'll be start at around, after this until 5 p.m. Then we will take a break around 30 minutes and then we resume at 5:30 p.m. Malaysian time for the second session that we conducted by our Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu, Romania. And then we will stop around 8 p.m. Okay, Malaysia time. So without further ado, actually I would like to introduce, today we honored to have an experienced trainer from Universiti Utara Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Shazida Jan Muhammad Han. Okay, Dr. Shazida is an Associate Professor in the School of Economics, Finance and Banking, and a Research Fellow at Economic and Financial Policy Institute, ECOFI, Universiti Utara Malaysia. She has served the university for the past 23 years and teaches several courses focusing on monetary economics. While not teaching, Dr. Shazida is actively involved and leads the Industry and Community Engagement Committee in the current schools and acts as principal investigator and a member in several research studies. Her research and consultation work contributes to economics studies, focusing on the small, medium enterprises and issues in banking and finance. Her latest research grant is on the study of the environmental, sustainable, and governance, ESG. Dr. Shazida gained her Doctor of Philosophy in Economics from University of Wales, UK, a Master of Arts from the University of Essex, UK, and an undergraduate degree from Universiti Utara Malaysia. Her passion in academics and research has let her resign from her career as a banker and join Universiti Utara Malaysia in 1996. Her work has been published in several journals and invited as key speakers in seminars and discussion on the issues of SMEs, B40s, and state government development plans. Her latest contribution is providing a policy paper on local government, on financial management, and consulting the states on finding solutions to increase current income. So, Dr. Shazida, welcome to SDG Journalism Reporting Project for TOT session. So now, yes, the stage is yours. Yeah?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi, and very good afternoon to all our participants and perhaps some of morning. Selamat evening. But anyway, thank you very much to Dr. Mazni for the introduction. I'm Shazida. So basically, Dr. Mazni, I can share my screen now, yeah? No problem, yeah?
Yeah, you can directly share the screen.
Okay. So I was given a task today to go through some of the modules. Okay, I have 6 modules that I need to finish within 2.5 hours. It's going to be quite challenging because 6 modules and the issue is quite big on sustainability. So I'm guessing that most of us here, including me myself, and I'm sure Dr. Mazni, of course, have some ideas about what we're going to talk about today on sustainability, something that very close to me. I'm very passionate when we talk about sustainability, and I'm sure all of us are talking, thinking the same. We talk about sustainability, okay? So, and I also believe that when we talk about sustainability, all of us have our own way of understanding what is sustainability, okay? If I ask everyone now, everyone must have one keyword that will combine us all to be one, okay? But the concept of sustainability is very much being focused now, especially after what we've been going through for the past 2 years due to the pandemic of COVID-19. So I think this is a good way of allowing us to understand further, and perhaps for those who are working as a journalist may help to make people more close to the concept of sustainability, how they can participate, you know, to bring awareness to the public, to the citizens, to a country, through your words in journalists, in your publications, okay? So module 1, module 2 will consist of 6 different topics. Basically, we're going to look into the concept of economy, the concept of socials, and also environment, which is the 3 most and 3 main pillars that when we talk about sustainability. So within that, we're going to go through more on the ethics concept, you know, and so many things we'll be going through within the 2.5 hours. So I hope everybody will be with me. We'll have some videos to show you, to share you some YouTube videos. So perhaps that will, you know, go through together within this short period, okay? So now when we talk about sustainability, we know that we have a different landscape. Different economy will have different landscape, different background of people, different economy, you know, development, that economy growth, that will give a different sustainability development within the countries, okay? So the first unit will look into development, okay, sustainable development. So here in unit 1, it asks us to look on why there is an uneven development, and due to this we can see that the concept of sustainability also is different if we go from one country to another, from one region to another, okay? So when we talk about sustainability, of course we cannot go away or go further away from sustainable development goals, okay? Because sustainability is what being exposed through the concept of SDG when it was first being introduced in 2015, okay? So when we talk about sustainability, it close to SDG. So what does it mean? It means that we try to gain as much as possible sustainable to ensure well-being through healthy life, you know, to ensure reducing of poverty or eradicating of poverty, to ensure equality, so to reduce inequality, you know, to gain prosperity through growing strong and inclusive and transformative economy, to gain justice, to make sure people can live safely, peacefully, to have a strong binding between institution, between people, between institution, organization, country, and even within the scope of citizenship, within the concept. Like Malaysia, we have different races, so we can live together, you know. And then we also try to make sure that the planet is safe, because later on we will see from the reports of the 2020 report saying that There is a great issues on environment. So these are among the things that we need to look into when we talk about sustainability. Even though in OECD reports for the past years has mentioned that the economy is getting better, you know, poverty is now reducing in some countries, but then the equality of this being given to all is an issue. Okay, so like China, for example, there's issues about water. Okay, it's not being evenly distributed. So these are the things that we are talking about sustainability now. We want to have an inclusive, we want to have a holistic sustainability. So everything that within the concept of SDG can be implemented. So, you know, make sure that people be able to have access to all concept of living. Okay, and then the new findings from OECD also mentioning that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, if we look at here, during the pandemic, they are facing unprecedented health and economic crisis, meaning before the pandemic, you know, I mean like 2-3 years, even 2015 and above, we know the economy are not really settling down because of so many issues has been coming up. And then suddenly we go to the phases of pandemic. That have created much bigger gap within the health and economic crisis. And that, for me, I look at pandemic, COVID-19 is like you're opening a Pandora box where it come up all the issues, you know, people start to look and aware about what are these issues in the economy, and also have created so other issues and make people start to wonder whether where and whether we can be able to sustain and able to achieve the 2050 SDG goals. So when we talk about uneven development, uneven development means, what does it mean? It means that the development takes place at the different rates, okay, in different regions. So there are so many things that can cause uneven development, okay? And in order to reduce this situation, they also need some other policies to come in. But in this situation where we see for this 1 year, so many things has been happening, you know, so this uneven development might be taking so much time in order to make sure this can be reduced, or maybe to closer the gap, so the development will be able to be access to all with all these problems that we are facing. So when we look at the cause of uneven development, of course, these are among others, or among the things that we always talk about. Climate-related diseases because of the changes in the climate, rising temperature, extreme weather, rising sea level, rising CO2 emission. So these are among the things can create what we call as uneven development. Okay, and then the concept of colonialism in terms of using natural resources. You know, later on we will learn about why there are types of what we call as weak sustainability or strong sustainability, because when you talk about natural resources, some believe that we just have to use all to come up with whatever innovation that we can, so people will gain as much as they can. But at the same time, we always forgot that when you create something, sometimes you can also lose something else. So when you create something, some people may gain, some people may lose. The concept, of course, the opportunity cost will always be there because of the scarcities of resources. And then we can see war and priorities. We have seen that one in the current months when Ukraine and Russia issues, which lead to forced immigrations, long-term refugee problems, the destruction of infrastructure. There's so many social, political, and also economic institutions being damaged. Plus, what we've been facing since 2020, the pandemic. So everything come together that has created an uneven development. It's so-called the economy itself has been distorted. And then we have the issue of water supply, the issue of debt, the issue of population growth. For low-income country, low-middle-income countries, they can't afford when they have so many people in one country. So then there'll be a lot of issues in terms of social issues, hungers, malnutrition. So this is all among the cause of uneven development. If you look at all these, You can imagine the money that we need, the funding that we need to ensure that all this will be at least can be coped, okay, to ensure that the development is able to be much better in the future. Just imagine how much resources is needed, how much changes is needed for the people and also for the rest of the world. Okay, so part of the, I think journalists have been playing a lot of roles in providing us a lot of information about this climate related colonialism, about the war, about the issue of debt, the issue of water supply, the issue of corruptions. That is where people acknowledge these issues, and that is also where we start to thinking about finding a way of find a solution to these problems. Okay, so why is it, why we say uneven development is threat to us? Okay, because it will create differences. Okay, it create differences. So this is something that are very worrying. Okay, because when they have different countries that facing different situation, you may within the country itself may have different issues. Okay, so if you talk about lower income countries, okay, if they are facing uneven development, meaning there is a need of safer, clean water and also level of health. So if this thing still happening, just imagine the problem of safety, the well-being of the people, the issues about finding clean water, the issue about finding ways of giving good health and also medical to those people in the lower income countries will have bigger issues compared to the higher income countries. So this uneven development will put a gaps between the lower income countries and also the higher income countries. So we need something in the middle to ensure that we have a policy, we have a support. Support can come from many types of support. It can come from fundings, you know, it can come from voluntarily organizations coming in. If you see in African country, how they come in and help those people. If you look at the refugees issues in Syria, and so many other places. So these are the things that we must look on if we were looking for sustainability. Okay. Now, when we talk about development, how do we consider whether the development is happening or not? How do we consider a places is uneven or not? All is depending on whatever information that we have surrounding us. Okay, so we use a lot of indicators to show about development of an economy. But then at the same time, we have to remember when we talk about data, of course, there is a limitation about this data, how they calculate, you know. Some countries can provide a lot of information, some countries cannot. So these are also an issues about how the information gathering in order to create a better index to show the concept of development of a country. Okay, so there are so many indexes that you can use nowadays. Okay, one of it is the Human Development Index. Okay, so if you look at here, this is the Human Development Index website. Okay, so I hope you can see this. So here you can find out a data about the Human Development Index. Okay, they have a data center where you can use all these indexes, where it can let you know about a country inside, about how they are between 0 to 1. You know, the closest you are to 1, the better you are in terms of the index. So you can use these reports to be to look into, to gain some knowledge about what is going on about the Human Development Index. It's very important for us to get to know about the Development Index because it access and explore the human development data. Okay, so you can have all the countries in the world. Then you can rank and to see where your country set in the Development Index. Why is it important? Then we will know how my country is doing in terms of Human Development Index. Okay, so it shows about there are certain index we use like health, education, access to education, access to health, medical. So that are part of the Human Development Index. Okay. For the economy indicators, of course, I think most of us know, we look at the economic structure in terms of GDP growth, we look on the GNI growth, okay, and then we also look on the aid reserve. Even though we have all these indicators, bear in mind, some of the indicators still are very lacking much in the data collection, especially in certain countries, okay. So we always use whatever we have in order to gain that information, okay. At the same time, we also must look into social indicator. So we look on the literacy rate, life expectancy, access to finance, literacy, people to doctors, so medical, you know, all these also give us some information about what is happening in that particular country, in that particular region. How does it being mold into a policy to make sure that these people are getting the access, and also how this policy has been molded in order to ensure about the sustainability. Okay, so Human Development Index is also part of the indicator used. So it measures the average life expectancy, the education access, the income of the country. So you can use this in order to understand further about the concept of sustainability. Okay, so everything is very much connecting from each other. Okay, now the idea of sustainable development is firstly is to promote give me a minute. Have issues about okay, so sustainable development, what we wanted to do is we want to promote human being. Okay, that's the main thing, yeah, human being, yeah. And then sense of both economic growth and then also social well-being. So it's not about you, it's not about me, but it's about all surrounding. Okay, we cannot only look in one section thinking about we need to make sure we live properly. But basically, when you talk about sustainable development, meaning we take into account myself, I take account my neighbor, I have to take account about the sense of what is going on in the economy and also my social well-being. So each of us must play a role in order to achieve this sustainable development. Okay, so for sustainable development to be achieved, it is crucial to harmonize three core elements: the economic growth, the social inclusion, and also environmental protection. So who are playing this role? It's not only the government, it's not only those organizations, but partly is also our role. We also have to play the role in order to promote the economic growth, to promote social inclusion, to promote environmental protection. Because towards the end, we also living in this globe, in this world. Okay, so the concept of sustainable development, the world has redefined progress to include environmental protection, environmental restoration, and promotion of freedom, opportunity, quality of life for all the people, not only for now, but for the coming generation. Okay, so that's what we must have in mind. We cannot be selfish in everything we do, because whatever we do now will have an impact on other people or other group or even the society as a whole. Okay, so what is the ultimate goal of sustainable development? Is to ensure well-being, okay, for the whole global population. Okay, so that is the things that we must put in our mind and also for the future generation. So we must look into the intra and also intergenerational equity. So access to all. We cannot left anybody from getting part of the sustainable development, right? So the pillars of sustainability, of course, we have social equity, okay? We have economic viability, okay? And then we have environmental protection. These three has been in the in the concept of sustainability for so many years. Okay, maybe during 1970s, 1980s, the word sustainability is not as famous as now, but that concept is already there in the discussion. Okay, so when we talk about social, meaning that the access to education, access to livelihood, access to leisure, access to everything to make sure the well-being of the society. Okay, healthy living, right? When you talk about environmental, you talk about how you can preserve, how you can make sure that the natural resources, yes, we need natural resources, we need all the resources for innovation, for expanding, for development, but at the same time, how can we preserve, so to make sure that the damage caused to the environment is lesser and the environment still can be saved and be used for the next coming generation. And we cannot say no to development, yeah? But then at the same time, we must play our role on how to make sure that the development is coming together with the preservation of the environment. Okay, so then it comes to the economy. It refers to the production, distribution, consumption. So when you talk about economy, it's about us. Okay, you need economy to grow in order to make sure that the social expectation is being you may able to fulfill the social need. Okay, you need economy to grow to ensure that the environmental needs is being fulfilled. Without economy, you won't be able to gain the social security that you want. Without economy grow, you won't be able to help to preserve the resources. Okay, so meaning the economy must work together in order to find social needs and also to find the environmental section in the sustainable pillars. Okay, so if you look at here, it says that it refers to subject about production, it refers about distribution, it refers about consumption of what? Of goods and services. So these goods and services is coming from the, in the word we said, exploitation of resources. We have to exploit to innovation, okay? But then at the same time, we can use preservation to make sure that we are not exploiting in the bad way, okay? So we must make sure that we work with responsible, okay? And then to make sure that we exploit the environment, but in a sense of full of responsibility on how we want to make sure the environment is being restored. Okay, so that are the pillars of sustainable development. Okay, now when we talk about these pillars, okay, and when we talk about sustainable development, we cannot avoid from looking back into intra and also intergenerational equity. Okay, so we talk about equity. What is equity? Sustainable equity. Sustainable equity is finding a proper balance. Okay, it's all about balance, right? So balance between what? Between the present and future people. So whatever we do today, your action today, of course, will have an impact for the future generation. So we have to be very careful. We have to show our ethics on how we're going to use all the resources today, how we want the economy to grow today, to ensure that this will be sustained for the coming generation. Okay. Another one is what we call as intergenerational. Okay, we have intra and also we have intergenerational. Okay, right? So we also have to make sure that there are equality between the rich and the poor. We cannot have so much of a gap. But then for these past years, for the past 2 years after the COVID-19, plus minus what we are facing now, the hike in prices, the upcoming inflation, we can see that this gap is going to be bigger and bigger. But then I have a strong belief that this will come back to equilibrium. In an economy, we'll come back to equilibrium where price is going to find it balances again, but maybe it takes time. While waiting for that, perhaps the gap will be bigger and bigger. Okay, especially with what is happening now. We are not talking about only one country, we are talking about global issues when we talk about this gap in terms of rich and poor in present generation. So when you want to have a sustainable equity, you cannot say I'm Gen X and I'm Gen Y or I'm Gen Alpha, so I don't care about my previous generation. That is wrong. We have to find the balance. Okay, perhaps whatever the old generation and also the current generation is working for the future generation. So we must have a balance. Equity must have an access to everybody. Okay, I think people have seen this picture before. Okay, stand around, and I'm sure you also have received this, how equality versus equity. Okay, to treat everybody the same. Okay, now they have new picture where they take out this bench so you can see directly to the field. Okay, so that's what we want, the equity to all. Right, so it's very important to work on the intra and also the intergeneration. Okay, so the Rio principle here, it mentioned Rio principle have 27 principles. So number 6 is on equity. Okay, so to talk about, to make sure that there is special situation and needs of developing countries, the least developed and those most environmentally vulnerable. So we must find a way on how to balance this. Okay, right? So why is it important to have this balance? Because this will ensure an inclusive growth. When you have an inclusive growth, then you may help to gain sustainable development. What does inclusive mean? Inclusive means you did not left anyone behind. Okay, no matter who you are, you will try your best to ensure that people have access to everything. Okay, well, in the reality, it might not easy to do that, but we must always try and keep trying in order to ensure that nobody left behind. Okay, so we try and find the best solution, best policy in order how to create equity for everybody. Okay, so it may take years to do that. Okay, because of different sometimes changes, also not only from the policy, but sometimes to change the society. Okay, to change people, it's not easy. Okay, to change the mindset of the people, to make sure people see why they need to change is not easy. Okay, you may bring something positive, but that positive thing might be misinterpreted, so they don't want to change into what you wanted. So inclusivity is not an easy task. Okay, it's not an easy task. I think that is where the concept of journalism reporting come in, because you have the ability to put on the awareness to people, to tell people why they need to change, why is it important to accept these changes, you know, especially from one generation to another generation. For example, when we talk about pandemic COVID-19, suddenly the whole world changing, the way we do things, the way we do business, the way we talk, the way we meet, everything changed. So sometimes it takes years for people to accept that changes, and the worry about the bad impact about it is always there, because when you talk about technology changes, for example, okay, so different generations have different perceptions about these changes, and yet we know by these changes, these will create more inclusivity among people, have access more to everything. But then it takes time to make sure that people accept those changes behavior. Okay, right? So in terms of sustainability development, there are two different concepts of how to adopt sustainability. One is using weak sustainability idea. Another one is a strong sustainability. So what does it mean? Both are talking about sustainability development. Is the method or adoptions of how what you do in order to gain the sustainable development. Okay, so what's the difference? So these are the main differences between strong sustainability and also weak sustainability. Okay, so if you look at on strong sustainability, the substitutability of natural capital by one type of capital is severely limited. So you believe you must preserve. Okay, if you use a land, then you must do something else to make sure that you preserve some part of the land. Okay, that is strong sustainability. But for weak sustainability adoption, what does it mean? It means you use the natural capital and any other types of capital, and you consider it as is a perfect substitution. Okay, so for example, technological innovation and monetary composition for environmental degradation. Okay, so you believe we must have a higher opportunity cost in order for development. Okay, and yet for strong sustainability, they always think about you cannot use everything at one time. Everything must have a plan. If you want to do this innovation must have a plan on how to preserve the sources that you use. If you want to do this, how you want to make sure that there is a preservation about the social well-being. That is a strong sustainability. But if you are talking about weak sustainability, you always want to go ahead and you feel like it's okay. There will always be some people left behind. But the important thing is from the time, for a certain time, these people will coming in. That is weak sustainability. Okay. So the issues about strong sustainability, conserving the irreplaceable stock of critical natural capital for the sake of future generations. So they believe this. You cannot use all. You must save some. Okay. That is strong sustainability. But for weak, you look at here, the total value of the aggregate stock of capital should be at least maintained or ideally increased for future generations. So they feel like they must do now. Whatever we have now, we have to use it all. Okay, to make sure for future generations. Okay, but compared to strong, more softer way of looking into development, right? Right. So these are the adoptions of sustainability. Okay, the faster way is by following the weak sustainability. Now it's still debatable. There's a lot of papers and also series of debate talking about which adoptions are much better for sustainable developments. But I think it all depends on the opinions, the policy, the needs, the actions that we want, and what and how we want it to make to change to ensure that sustainability happens in the country, right? Okay. Now, another concept about sustainable that we are talking today is about economic sustainability. Okay, so when you talk about economic sustainability, aside from looking into the concept of the sustainable, where you have social, right? You have economy, and then you have environmental. Okay, now we are looking into economy, right? We talk about economy sustainability. So economy is about all. Economy is just like a globe. Okay, environment is a part of economy. Social is a part of economy. You cannot avoid. So you have to make sure the economy is sustained. Make sure that you're able to make sure that you're able to gain equity, able to gain social equity, right? Able to gain equity, able to gain social justice. Make sure that environmental preservation. Make sure that poverty and inequality to be smaller. Okay. To ensure that systems are sustainable, communities, economy grows. So that's why in economy, okay, this is an economy, it's actually the environment and also the social is a subset of economy. You cannot talk about social, you cannot talk about environment but ensuring sustainable economy. It's very important. Okay, so sustainable cities and communities, you have to make sure that development can happen. You know, you can open big cities and everything, but to make sure that cities are sustainable, meaning that it create wealthy, safe, affordable, building resilient societies and economies is very important. Okay, not only having big cities with technologies, you know, with outstanding transportation and everything, but yet you are able to provide safety, you are able to provide affordability. So that is not considered as sustainable city. So it must create what we call now as a green growth. Okay, so everything must be inclusive, right? So the rapid growth of a city, for example, this. Okay, the rapid growth of cities a result of rising populations, okay, and increasing migration. This is something that we see every day now. Okay, it's been happening. Has led to a boom in megacities, especially in developing world, like us, even in Malaysia also. Okay, slums are becoming more significant feature of urban life. Right? Now you can see urban poverty is higher compared to the rural poverty. Due to this, people are coming in the overpopulated in the cities, right? So more, for example, in the US, if you look at in the US, for example, right? Okay, more than half of the more than half of people are living in the cities nowadays. Even in Malaysia too, if you go to Kuala Lumpur, it's overpopulated. If you go to some cities like Shah Alam in Selangor, it's very overpopulated. So people are now living in the cities. Why? Because that is where everything is being provided. Okay, that is where you can find jobs. That is where business opportunities. But then you have to make sure the cities, even though it's populated, must be able to be sustainable. Okay, so people can live with affordability. So sustainable development cannot be achieved without significant transforming the way we build and manage our urban space, especially after the pandemic. COVID-19, you see people are changing, more working from home. So the way of people thinking, the sentiment of people towards economy is changing 100%. Okay, it's a change of 360 towards where people wanted the life to be, right? So it's changing. Now, the social equity of being fair and also impartial. Okay, social equity is impartiality, fairness and justice. It's not. Okay, it's not easy. But as a government, you can see, since I'm staying in Malaysia, I can feel how the government is trying very hard to fulfill the fairness, to fulfill the justice, to ensure that people are socially equipped with everything. Try to inclusive of everything, right? It's not easy. It takes many years, but that's what we think. The thing must be, continuous effort to make sure that we can gain social equity. Okay, so it takes account systematic inequalities to ensure everyone in the community has access. Okay, one. At the same time, not only having access, but also access to the same opportunities and outcomes. Okay, must have equal opportunity. Well, some people not really agree about equal opportunity. That is also debatable. But then, in the normal terms, why not? Why not we giving access to the same opportunities, and also that will give us a social equity. Okay, but it's still debatable. So some people have different opinions, different perceptions about access to the same opportunities. Okay, well, it must be pro and cons on everything, but then it will help on social equity. Okay, so equity of kinds of acknowledge that inequality exists and work to eliminate them is now happening. Okay, but it takes time. Okay, so all of us must play our roles in helping the communities, whether to individually voluntarily work or providing some opinions or perhaps some through organizations, institutions, and of course through writing by the reporters, how you report to make sure that this being aware of, okay, by the society, right? So another thing that we must aware is the social equity and social equality. Okay, what we want is social equity. Well, we cannot left behind social equality, but this concept must be put forth, okay, in terms of fair and justice. Okay, so there are different equal opportunity, equal access, equal treatment. Even though you give them access, but it must be fair, it must be just, there must be justice. Okay, so recognize that each person has different circumstances, okay, and we allocate exact resources and opportunities according to their needs. Okay, we give everything, but you cannot treat blanket. Everybody is the same. Okay, sometimes you must treat according to a group. Like Malaysia, we have different groups. What we call a bottom 40, and then we have middle 20, middle 40, and then we have top 20. So we have different group of cohort where we provide them with different needs. Okay, so that's how you make sure that the social equity is being fulfilled. Okay, so that we recognize what are their needs, but not with fairness. Okay, giving access to everybody, but that access is depending on the needs of this particular group or individuals. Okay, another concept of sustainability that I think being talked about now is about circular economy. So let's watch something about circular economy. I hope it will show here. Can you see or not? Dr. Zaini and Dr. Masni, can you watch?
Living systems have been around for a few billion years and will be around for many more. In the living world, there's no landfill. Instead, materials flow. One species' waste is another's food, energy is provided by the sun, things grow, then die, and nutrients return to the soil safely. And it works. Yet as humans, we've adopted a linear approach. We take, we make, and we dispose. A new phone comes out, so we ditch the old one. Our washing machine packs up, so we buy another. Each time we do this, we're eating into a finite supply of resources and often producing toxic waste. It simply can't work long term. So what can? If we accept that the living world's cyclical model works, can we change our way of thinking so that we too operate a circular economy? Let's start with the biological cycle. How can our waste build capital rather than reduce it? By rethinking and redesigning products and components, and the packaging they come in, we can create safe and compostable materials that help grow more stuff. As they say in the movies, no resources have been lost in the making of this material. So what about the washing machines, mobile phones, fridges? We know they don't biodegrade. Here, we're talking about another sort of rethink, a way to cycle valuable metals, polymers and alloys so they maintain their quality and continue to be useful beyond the shelf life of individual products. What if the goods of today became the resources of tomorrow? It makes commercial sense. Instead of the throw away and replace culture we've become used to, we'd adopt a return and renew one, where products and components are designed to be disassembled and regenerated. One solution may be to rethink the way we view ownership. What if we never actually owned our technologies? We simply licensed them from the manufacturers. Now, let's put these two cycles together. Imagine if we could design products to come back to their makers, their technical materials being reused and their biological parts increasing agricultural value. And imagine that these products are made and transported using renewable energy. Here we have a model that builds prosperity long term. And the good news is, there are already companies out there who are beginning to adopt this way of working. But the circular economy isn't about one manufacturer changing one product. It's about all the interconnecting companies that form our infrastructure and economy coming together. It's about energy. It's about rethinking the operating system itself. We have a fantastic opportunity to open new perspectives and new horizons. Instead of remaining trapped in the frustrations of the present, with creativity and innovation, we really can rethink and redesign our future.
So that is what we call as circular economy. In other words, we are trying to reduce or we try to find a way on how.
Our current linear economy relies on cheap, easily available resources and fossil energy.
Right? So the circular economy is a model of production and also consumption. Involves sharing, placing, reusing, repairing, refurbish, and also recycling. So it's like a circle. Okay. So we, as a user, we also play part in circular economy. When we listen to the circular economy, we felt like it's about the organization, it's about the shopper, so it's about the company, the businesses. But basically, it's also part of us because we must play our part in order on how to reuse all the things that we use now, especially the electrical goods, how we can repair, refurbish, and then we recycle those things. Okay, so this is the way the life and product is being extended. So this is what people are talking now about the circular economy. This is not a new thing. This has been in the economy. We are talking about this for the past many years, except that now it becomes much issues, especially after the pandemic COVID-19. Okay, so we need to learn on how to recycle, so to make sure that we live in a better way of using all those materials to make sure that the proper living in the coming future, especially for the future, is a safe and also conducive way of living. Okay, so I have also put it here some example. For example, the Finland. Okay, Finland. They have already started on this process where they process all the waste, okay, and then they have a plan that by 2050 it will end all the waste. Okay, so they recycle the waste for energy, for many things. There's a documentary about this, how they also import some of the waste from other countries to their countries. Can you imagine? You are importing not goods, you are import waste, okay, to their plant. So the plant will use for their energy to use back in Poland. Okay, so this is what is been happening now in the world. Okay, so if before we imagine that we produce goods and services, and then you sell, now people also buying your waste in order to do to create the new energy. Okay, so this is something that we have to start thinking about it if we want to change and to ensure that a safer cities. For example, we talk about environmental preservation. For example, when we talk about it in the module in the slide 1 and slide 2 just now, So this is how and what we can do. Okay, we can start off. Okay, maybe in our country, not many have talked about recycling. But I think the idea of it, the awareness about the importance of recycled things is already in our mind. It's just a matter of how, what platform that we provide to ensure that this will be happening soon. Okay, so it's very important to provide a platform or to provide places in order for people to start doing it. Not only by introducing introducing the concept of circular economy, but also on how we want it to happen. Okay, so you must have a policy, or you must have, I don't know, somebody or some organization to start off. If you go to the UK, we have big areas where people can start recycling all the product, whatever you don't have to use, your clothing, everything you can pack in one place. So it's a big plan where you can put everything down. Okay, but maybe it's still new in even in Malaysia we have, but small. That's something to look into in the coming future to ensure that we are able to preserve the environment. Okay, right? So the environment benefits, of course, when we talk about recycling, about the circular economy, of course, it will benefit all. Okay, I don't see the bad things about circular economy. I think it's a very good idea, and we must take this into consideration in the coming future. Maybe we can start now by preserve the nature, by less greenhouse gases, to use much better in terms of resources, on how we want to let go our things. If you don't want, where you take it, because sometimes you have so many things in your house, even surrounding, you have plastic bottles. Sometimes you just put everything in one place and you throw it away, and yet actually you can recycle it for much better way. Okay, so it's all about awareness, and I think it should start from us, from our own household, and then we can contribute to much bigger society. Okay, so circular economy contributes to a more sustainable world. I agree. I'm sure you all also agree, but not all sustainable initiatives contribute to circular economy. Okay, so it all depends on the actions. Okay, what we want. Okay, as I mentioned just now earlier, we have weak adaptability or sustainability, or you are strong sustainability. Okay, so it all depends on the actions that we want. Okay, sometimes the concept of cost, opportunity cost is so huge, so you are able to create. You want to do something good, but it takes time because you are able to make a good decision at that time. Because people are able to accept why I need to do this. Okay, so circular economy focuses on resource recycle. Okay, sustainability is more broader. I believe that the people, planet, and economy. But I believe the circle, just now when you look at this already combine the concept of pillars in the sustainability. We talk about human being, we talk about social, we talk about environment, we preserve environment, and we do the we recycle, okay? And then we also talk about economy, it creates businesses, always, it's not just a waste, but it can be used the waste for renewable energy, for example, okay? So it's very much related to sustainability. Okay, so that's on circular economy. Okay, so sustainability are characterized by distinctive set of transferable and scalable solutions, addressing resource, services, and distribution of social, ecological, and also technical systems. Okay, it's a big word, but basically it's just a simple things surrounding everyday life is about sustainability. Okay, it's not sometimes when you talk it sounds so big, but actually the actions that you have to take is so simple and everybody can do it. Just a matter on how we want to create awareness so people will start to enjoy the importance of preserving whatever we have in terms of economy, the social, and also the environment. Okay. Right. Okay. Now, in Unit 4, okay, we are looking into social. So just now we look on environment, we look on economy, another one is about social. Okay. So in this module, it focuses on social justice. Okay. So we talk about national policy, what are the global agenda to ensure that there are social justice. We talk about social justice, it's about how to provide for the vulnerable group, how to provide access to the education, you know, and gender equality, and then domestic working environment. Everything is about social sustainability. Okay. So when we talk about social justice, we talk about rights. Okay, about rights and equitable opportunities. We talk about fairness, compassion, okay, distribution, okay, of economic growth, right? So if you look, according to United Nations, it view as everyone deserve equal economic, political, social rights and opportunities. So this is not easy, okay, but this is what we expect from social justice, okay. And according to National Association of Social Workers, encompasses from economic justice, virtue, which guides us creating those organized human interactions. Okay, so social justice imposes on each of us personal responsibility to work with others, to design and to continually perfect our institutions. Not easy. Okay, it's not an easy task to find social justice. Okay, because the issue is include gender, is include about race, ethnicity, sexual, okay. So there are so many things that combine within the social justice, okay. Now the concept of social justice, there's been a lot of discussion on social justice, okay. You can find in terms of blog, website, talking about how social justice must be fight for, okay, the concept of social justice, okay. So it must be applied, okay, by country, by region. By doing that, you will understand the behind story of your country, okay, the need of the people or the individual or the group, okay. So you must understand these needs, okay. You must be able to access those groups, okay, those individuals. You must be able to categorize them according to their needs, according to their needs, right? So that means you have a proper distribution, okay, for the social justice, okay. So that includes various academic and also theoretical works that we talk about the concept of social justice, okay. So there are rules being played in terms of to ensure that you'll be able to provide social justice, okay. So part of it is coming from the role of activism in the social development. So what does it mean by social activism? Social activism means working together with other people to bring about changes in the society, okay. So the word social, okay, the word social here apply both for society and also the idea that activism fosters opportunities for participation, okay. So it reflects personal choice to engage in the society, okay. So activists, you must be activist. So sometimes when we talk about activism, we think about negative thinking, you know, negative things about activism, okay. But yet activists can come from different groups. It comes from citizens, okay. There are groups we call rebel. There are groups that we consider them as changes agents, and also the reformer. Okay, we need all these people in order to ensure that you're able to have a social development. So who are the citizens? The citizen is like you, like me. Okay, so we are the one who will provide the information. Okay, when there is an issue, we are the one who will say, yes, this is an issue, things that must be looked into. Okay, that these are the things that we felt like need to be provided to the society, or these are the things that need to be looked into. So these are the citizens. Okay, so this is where we are playing our roles. Yeah? And then there'll be a rebel that will say no. Right? For example, you will say no here to protest for certain issues, but in the right way, in a good manner, in a way, finding a good platform to provide to communicate about why there is a big no, okay, to ensure that people will listen. There is an issue to look into, okay. So in order to ensure that whatever the CCP says just now and whatever the rebel mentioned just now, there must be coming in a group of what we call as changes agent, because these agents were the one who will do the analysis, will do the research, will study into the issues, and then they will the one will educate the people, to inform the general public, and to find the solution. Okay, so meaning you cannot have one group of citizens mentioning about the issues, but then nobody will oppose to it or agree to it. Okay, and then there's no agent to provide the further information on the issues. So you must have citizens, you must have a rebel, and then you must have changes agent. And then towards the end, you need someone what we call as a reformer. Okay, this is where the official political people coming in. This is where the judicial structure coming in. Okay, these are the people that will make the changes. Okay, we look into the needs, the issues that been provided by the citizens, issues being highlighted by the rebels, and then using back all the changes agent analysis, the reports, the studies that have been looked into to be used in order to provide a good policy or good solution. Okay? It's either by the country, by the government, by an institution, by an organization, whether it's public or it's a government. So these people must be there. These are the 4 rules that activists must be there in order to make sure there is a social changes. Okay, if not, if you are the only one providing one information, but nobody is saying yes or saying no, so there will be no actions being taken. Okay, so you must have this role played by different people, but we have to do this with careful. Okay, we don't want chaotic situation. There must be a platform of doing it. Okay, to ensure that it's being done in a much formal way. We give them freedom to speech, but then that freedom of speech must be controlled to ensure that things has been said in a way it should be said. Okay, so it won't create any more any unwanted situation. So it's not easy. Okay, but then we see there's a lot of things been happening as well, how people use ways of providing information in not a very good good actions taken, so it creates more issues. Okay, so this all can be done, but done in a proper manner. Okay, right. So so this is just a comparison between how the citizen can play their part, effectively, or the reformer can play effectively. But they can also become ineffective. Okay, if the citizen just being ignorant, they just don't care about what is going on. Okay, so they just leave the power to the country, for example, just accept whatever they are, and that also create a problem. Okay, same goes to the reformer. They can also be ineffective, meaning that nothing action is being taken. Okay, so we just left the issues as it is. This also we see happening. Okay, the rebel also the same thing. Okay, it can be very destructive tactics, but then sometimes, as I mentioned just now, this must be controlled. Okay, so to make sure that it is effective, right? Okay. So another thing, when you talk about activism, always come with the way how you deliver your idea or you deliver your issues. Yeah? Especially now, you have all those platforms. Right? You can use Twitter, you can use Facebook, you can use WhatsApp, you can use TikTok now. Okay, to engage in and to provide or to to let people know your opinion. Okay, but then at the same time, this also can create issues because what type of kind of communication that you use. Okay, when you use social media, like now we use social media, it's very risky. Okay, sometimes the way we communicate is the way people accept it. Okay, that's the issues there, right? So any kind of communication, okay, must be communicate with cautious, okay, especially if you use the social media, okay. So we don't want it to become hate speech, okay, because this can create another issues because you are using a wrong language, okay. So meaning that we must try to avoid from this hate speech, okay, especially if you want to broadcast your idea or an issue, because that will create so much hostile, okay, can create violence, maybe not intentionally, but because of the word used, that can create something dangerous, okay, to the society, okay, to a country. It can create chaotic situation for the economy, okay. So we have to be very careful about how we communicate, okay? Especially when we use social media. We can see now so many things. Sometimes we make you think about, is this true? Even people are using it to bring people to justice using social media. So many things. So you must be very careful. We must implement a way or a policy on how to ensure that the social media is being used in the right way. Okay, so communication must be used in the right way, okay, to ensure peace, okay, sustainable, okay, social, economy especially, okay. The wrong word, only one word can jeopardize the whole economy, okay, because it is show off the sustainable of the country. So it's something that we have to be very careful when we talk about in the social media, okay. So we must find a strategy on to implement, okay, to ensure that we still give them a freedom to give opinion, to express your opinion, but at the same time, the opinion must be okay. For example, if you look at in Germany, one of the country that is being benched for when you talk about hate speech and how they control, okay, where the company can take out anything in the social media within 24 hours, for example, and then they keep changing, right? Or you can see the social media, for example, in the US, okay, they give freedom to the companies that own the social media, okay, but then the social media companies also can act to pick out any verbal or any sentences or any write-up in the social media to ensure that it's being controlled, okay. So it must be a way, an effective way in order to control this type of communication, because yes, you can be activist, but then it must be limited because we want to ensure in order to control this, remember we talk about sustainable living, well-being, safety, okay, living, okay, so all this is coming together, okay, even though it sounds like it doesn't make sense, we're talking about hate speech and sustainability, but then that is also part of social and also part of the development, okay, right? So this is being highlighted here about how hate speech on social media, okay, increase worldwide. We see that every day, okay. There's an issue among the youth, and then political issues, which create social problem, okay. So linked to global increase in violence toward minorities, for example, we see this mass shooting, ethnic cleansing, just because of this the power of social media, okay, the power of social media, okay. So there must be a policy to curb hate speech, okay. We still give them freedom but then there must be control. Okay, must be control. Okay. For example, as I mentioned just now, United States, these companies drop power, managing their content, enforcing hate speech rules. Germany, enforced company to remove posts within certain period, 24 hours. Within 24 hours, that's happening in Germany. Okay, so we must control, right? Okay, so if we don't do this, then we will create more social problems. Okay, more social problems. So the safety is very important, right? Now, the concept of citizen journalism. Okay, so this also for me, journalism. I also was citizen journalism. I'm sure you are also part of it. Okay, because why? Sometimes when you saw an accident, okay, happen in the motorway, for example, you must start videoing. Okay, you take a video and then you post it, right? So you are part of citizen journalism. Right? Is the underlying principle of citizen journalism is that ordinary people like me, like you, okay, we are not professional journalists, but they play their role, creator and also distributor of news. Okay, so if you look at here, this paper, okay, citizen journalism, okay, slide 10, slide 11, slide 12. These are part of how we define citizen journalism. Okay, and this citizen journalism lately, because of the social media, there are many of us becoming social journalism. Okay, but at the same time, okay, the citizen journalism and sustainable goals, they are very close related. Okay, why? Because according to Dr. Garrido, there's a study by her. Okay, she mentioned that the citizen journalists have emerged in the internet age, as you can see now. Okay, these can make vital contribution to the achievement of the SDG. Okay, but in many countries, they also face serious risks in terms of their safety. Okay, so this column emphasizes the importance of working towards improvement of domestic legal framework to ensure that citizen journalists' right to live and freedom to express are guaranteed. Okay, and their role and the need of their protection should also be more explicitly recognized in the global agenda and sustainable development. Some blog, okay, or some write-up has mentioned that how citizen journalism also somehow has helped journalists to find news stories, have helped journalists to get the latest news, you know, about what are the issues, what is going on, okay, how to settle the problems and everything. So meaning that even though citizen journalists, as we mentioned this now, they are ordinary people, but somehow with the social media that we have today, they also play their part, okay, in terms of providing for SDG. Well, there is a pro and also cons about allowing the citizen journalism, but at the same time, this also provide achievement for the SDG. So what can we do? Okay, what we can do is to give opportunity. You may agree, you may not agree with me. Okay, give opportunity to improve the indicator influence in policy making process. By whom? By this. We give them chances. Okay, we give them opportunity to also provide us news, for example, provide us some information. Okay, so meaning that we must working towards the improvement of domestic legal framework to ensure that citizens journalists right to live and to freedom of expression. Okay, they are allowed to contribute. Okay, and also perhaps have what we call as data gathering system. Allow us to keep update records which provide data that can contribute to the creation of the national plans. That means we work together. Okay, the professionals and also the citizen, the journalists, work together in order to win what we call as sustainable development goals. Okay, right? So these I guess this is brands that are used in campaigns on discrimination that's been happening in the world. Okay, so perhaps we can go through this later on certain NGOs that have been promoting human rights, social justice, for example, Amnesty International, human rights, and then we have Human Rights Watch. This is all begin happening now in providing it to the social. Okay, right. I think we can we have a break, Dr. Mazani?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then we will start again at 4 p.m. Okay, so
Okay.
about 5 minutes break. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So we'll start at 4. Okay. Right.
The school to
Okay, is everyone back?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, just two more modules, two more set of modules that we have to go through, which is environment and also ethics. Okay, so we continue on environment. Okay, so we have seen the concept of social. Okay, we have seen the concept of economy, and then now we are talking about environment. Okay, I always say that you cannot have an economy without successfully sustain your social and also environment. Okay, so if you look at the SDG pillars, actually you can divide this into people, society, economy, and also environment. Okay, so you can divide into people, society, economy, and now environment. Okay, the last we have partnership, okay, in order to ensure that to achieve the SDG, right? So we have seen how sustainability need to ensure that focusing on people, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, as we talked just now, even though we are talking about the hate speech just now on how to deliver activism, so that is all about well-being, quality of education, access to all, gender equality. Okay, this is all about people. Yeah? And then we also seen about society, sustainable cities, communities, how to live in peace, to make sure social justice. We must have a strong institution. They are taken into all these concepts. Okay, so we know that our needs towards sustainability is fulfilled by an organization, which is the government. You cannot say no to the government, must have intervention with the government. And then we also talk about the economy, okay, where the pillars deal with sustainable business, okay, affordable issues, okay. Affordable can be anything. If Malaysia will have issues about housing, I'm sure some of the countries in Asia also facing the same thing. And then affordable in terms of having a clean energy, okay, access to finance, socio-economic development, okay, responsible consumption, production, okay, and also the important thing is to reduce inequalities, okay. And now we are talking about environment. This is the most worrying issues that we are facing now through the changes. We have pandemic, we have climate change, and then we have a lot of unprecedented situations, diseases that are coming out lately, which also have threatened the environment. Okay, so if you look at the environment, I have one slide here. Okay, this is what we are facing now. Okay, we have seen rising temperatures. This has been for quite a number of years. Okay, we have seen lately extreme weather. Okay, we see increasing of CO2 levels, where this is part also from the green economy main intention is to reduce the emission of CO level. Okay, and then rising of sea level. This is also an issue about the impact of flooding and everything. Okay, so these are the environment issues that are very worrying, and I think we have to take this seriously starting from now on how to preserve the environment to ensure that we are able to save some of the resources, not only for us but also for the coming generation. Okay, so this is also part of the SDG pillars. We cannot say we must have good people, we must have good society, we must have good economy, but yet we forget about the environment. No, we have to be careful also on how we treat the environment itself. Okay, so if you look at, according to global risk chart. Okay, global risk. Okay, in 2020, if you look at here, sorry, I cannot. In 2020, the extreme risks. Okay, number 1 falls under extreme weather. Okay, top 5 global risks in terms of impact in 2020. Still talking about environment. Okay, still talking about environment. Okay, so still talking about environment. All right. So if you look at the changes along the years, okay, first we have infrastructure breakdown, okay, asset price collapse, okay, and then you have storms and cyclones. But for the past few years, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, all about weather. Okay, if you look at here, 2017, 2018, 2019, it's about weapons of mass destruction. And then 2020, again, climate action. Okay, so what does it show us? It shows that we have to take these issues seriously. Okay, because this is what's been happening now. Okay, if we are unable to fight for the climate change, if we are unable to include the issues of clean water, okay, the issues about life on land, okay, then we will have issues about food security, for example. Right? This is interrelated in the economy, right? Because we are living as one, right? So this is very important. So global environmental issue is a phrase that refers to the effect on climate of human actions. Okay, it's our actions, right? The changes in the environment does not change on its own. Maybe partly, but most of it is because of us. We want that innovation. We want to do development, so we don't restore, we don't preserve. So that will cause a lot of pollution, and then that have emissions of carbon dioxide, for example. Okay, so that creates so many issues. So if we are able to control this, then we won't be able to gain what we call as sustainable cities, for example, okay, or communities. And then we'll start to see problems in terms of access to education, for example, okay, access to good health and well-being, access to food, because we have degradation, for example. Okay, that will cause all other issues, right? Right? So if we exceed the boundaries, these will abrupt and irreversible environment changes could occur. Right? We don't want this to happen. Right? So slowly we can see this happening. Okay? Overpopulation, overuse of land, overuse of resources. So if we use this excessively, okay, so we might end up critically ill in terms of environment. Okay, so we have to take care of the environment, right? Okay, so the main global environmental issues from scientific perspective, in 200 years, okay, the world population has grown from 900 million to 8,000 million people. Okay, so we are a big populated. Okay, right? So the exploitation of valuable mineral resources, okay, overfishing, yeah. So we cannot avoid because people need to eat, right? So progressing without restraint, regardless the legitimate needs of future generation. So we need to fulfill the needs of 8,000 million people. They need food. Of course, fishing is part of it. So, but how we want to control? Okay, so half of the fertile soil on Earth has disappeared. Okay, but we cannot avoid that. Development must happen, right? So every day, about 100 living species die on our planet. Okay, still part of living. But then, what can we do? Avoid this, or to reduce the situation. Okay. Plastic is a big issue for the past years. Pharmaceutical products, pesticides, spreading in nature across the globe. We cannot avoid this. Okay, but what can we do? What can we do to preserve our environment? If we still need, let's say you need plastic. So now people now have biodegraded plastic. It can, turn into, it can easily be disposed. Okay, but then pharmaceutical products, you cannot say no to innovation. Okay, you need this, but then how? What can we do? How can we play our part? Okay, right? We pollute drinking water worldwide with serious consequences for millions of people. Okay, so but what can we do? What can we provide? What are the actions can be taken in order to give more, better, and clean drinking water? Okay, this is the cost that we face. Okay, for the sake of development. Okay, these are the costs that we face for the sake of innovation. Okay, but these are the costs that we cannot avoid, but at least we can find a way, okay, on how to preserve the situation, okay, to ensure that we allow development, creation of and using of soil and everything, resources, but then how we want to make sure that we still have, be able to sustain for the future generation. That is the strong sustainability adoption, okay? Right? So our protective shield against harmful solar radiation, for example, our ozone layer, this has also been an issue for so many years, okay? Has been weakened, okay? So what has been done on this? A lot of studies have been done on this, on how to ensure that we preserve the ozone layer, because if not, the earth is going to be more becoming more hotter every year, so that would increase temperature, that would create much more problem, okay? Right? So globally, the proportion of livestock have increased to 65%, and for us humans, 32%. The proportion of all wild animals, however, have dropped to 3%. But then this is part of the cost that we facing, but we need to find a way of how to deal with this. Okay? It's not the government, it's not the organization, but we also, citizens as public, must play our role, and partly perhaps the way we report things, okay, to the public, make them aware about what is going on, make them aware about what are their roles, why they need to recycle. When we talk about cyclical economy just now, so how can they participate in that? Okay, how these are part of the SDG? How can all these will be part of our roles in order to ensure that the pillars for people is able to fulfill? How does this preservation of environment will help the society and also the economy? So we must be able to relay all these pillars, okay, even though it looks like in different group, but all these must come together. So that is why also I believe the 17 is here, because we need to have a partnership, okay, with as many as we can, with many other organizations, government, and whether it's private or not, individuals, and I always believe that through education, this might be part of the solution, okay? Solution on how to create awareness about the importance of for us to preserve the environment, to allow children to learn from an early age about why they need to look at the environment as part of the living, okay, right? So this is still the part of slides that I showed you just now, okay? So this is what is happening, okay? When you have rising temperature, so this may create severe weather, so have injuries, fatality, mentals. For example, when we talk about COVID-19, okay, it is part of there's a lot of stories. So one of it is through scientific, study. So they say this is how it's happened through scientific work, But then you need to do all these sciences activities in order to help for so many problems in health problems. But then at the same time, it's also create other issues. That is what we call as cost opportunity. You have one thing, but you have to left out something. But then we cannot avoid, but at least we try to find a way on how to complement of these issues. Okay. So for the first time in the history of the global risk perception surveys, I'll show it to you just now, environmental concern dominate the top long-term risk by livelihood. So in terms of extreme weather, failure, climate change adaptation, major natural disaster. This one we also see in Malaysia, flooding, you know, suddenly we have thunderstorm, things that we didn't rarely see for the past so many years, and now we can have all that. And this is all because of the changing on the environment. Okay, so part of it is our, we are the one who somehow we also responsible for the changes of the environment. Okay, it's not good because it's not only create harmful to the society, to us, you know, but also it can bring harm to the economy itself. Okay, so because human somehow is safety of human made damage. Okay, whether you like it, you don't like it, that's the reality. But we need to find a way. Okay, try to find a way how we can allow this to all to reduce it. Okay, that's all we have to. Only thing we can do is to create awareness. So I think some of you here today are journalists. I think you can play such a role in providing all the information, because I know there are some environmental journalists, you know, provide us with documentary, provide us with information about what is going on in this world, what are changes, you know, what should be done. So that is also important, the part of journalists on this issue of environment. Okay, so businesses, corporations also must have a concrete actions and campaign. So this is part of their CSR or corporate social responsibility to ensure the environmental protection. Okay, so they can use their position, the funding that they can have, with the capability of technology they have. They can do some analysis, you know, creating some technology in order how to reduce the carbon footprints, how to improve labor policy, to participate in the fair trade of activities, diversity, equity, and all this can be done through CSR. So these big companies that have the power, have the ability, have the funding, can help to come out with the actions. Okay. So example of CSR that has been done partly is by Samdadi, Aziata. This is all big names. In Malaysia, we have a bank called CIMB Group Holdings Malaysia, have contributed millions for the purpose of community development. And we have another bank called Malayan Banking Berhad, which joint employee and stakeholder to improve lives of community. So there's a lot of activity that's been done. Different country with different capability, different country with different corporations to come together to provide for the environment. Okay, so how they do this is by providing some. We have Nestle, for example. Nestle have done project with chilies. They come up with a farm for chili. So that's also part of the CSR, where and also there are some companies involving in replanting plant, you know, to ensure that they preserve the land. So there's so many things has been done throughout the world, not only Malaysia, but this is only part what has been done partly in Malaysia. So I think, in my opinion, more have to come in order to ensure we're able to give environmental protection. Okay, so perhaps parts of you, you can also do this by promoting, okay, by allowing people to know what is going on, which places that need help or need funding to ensure that we can provide for the environment. Okay. Okay. So these are part of the environmental journalism topics. Right? You can find documentary, blogs, and then sections that have been talked about biodiversity, water resources, about pollution, natural disaster, and others. Okay, you can find a lot. Okay, there's also a lot of write-ups on renewable energies now. Okay, I talk about environmental policy and also sustainable habits. There's a lot of write-up now that you can find in the social media. Okay, so basically for me, I believe the main thing to combat or to help the environment issues is through education. Okay, through education. Okay, so we can embed this idea through education, right? Because starts from young, that is where we prepare the younger generation to take care of the environment. Okay, so improve the ability to assimilate information. Okay, how we want to assimilate information through education, right? And then provide qualified specialists with training to give more green economy. We're talking about green economy now, even finance also are talking about green finance, green growth. So that's also a good development in ensure the environment preservation. Okay, so we talk about technology, green technology, to assure that the resources is used efficiently. There is no eliminating CO2 emissions. So that is part of the green growth, green economy, and also green finance. And then the construct of schools that reflect environmental principle using energy efficiency, promote close relationship with the environment, let them know what the soil can be used, how to use it, why we need to preserve. So that is coming all from the education. Okay? We need to change the mindset of the young, right? To promote environmental as a separate subject and transversal theme in the school curriculum and training programs. Okay, so we must engage more in educating the community. Okay, so part of this is coming from us, the educator, but then we also need the support from the journalists to provide us spaces to allow us to share our view. Okay, to promote the awareness on environment. Okay, so it's a complement each other, in terms of trying to gain what we want in the environmental pillars in the SDG. Okay, so these are among the journalists that have been listed as the best environmental journalists that give news about environment and energy. I think this one you can just go through and you can find out about them. For example, I know Chris Mooney work. Okay, few names here, not all. Okay, I also knows about who's that lady? Oh, she's not here. Okay, so I know about Chris Mooney, but the rest, perhaps some of you know more about this work like that, right? Okay, that's on environment, right? Now, the last module. Okay, so we talk about environment. Okay, so right, principle and values of global ethics of human rights perspective. Okay, so this is about ethics. Why we need to know about ethics? Because this is about moral problem. You want to change people to a sustainable. You want people to learn and aware. First thing we need to do is we need to change the way people look at things. Okay, so when we talk about global ethics, it's about poverty. Part of SDG. Talk about global warming. That is also part of SDG. Humanitarian interventions. Okay, routes, corruptions, consumptions, the principle of global trade, medical tourism, and many more. That is all under global ethics. Okay, so we need to know about ethics. Okay, about ethics. It's very important to build an ethical and sustainable form. If you look at here. Okay. Building an ethical and sustainable form of globalization is not exclusively a human right matter, but must include recognition of shared responsibility for universal protection of universal. Okay, so it's a shared responsibility. Okay, you cannot say the government need to do this and that only. Okay, because we also play part in providing those changes. Okay, so you cannot say that the citizens or the public need to do this. Okay, but yet we don't give any support. Okay? We don't give any platform to do the changes, right? So it's a collective understanding from each of us to play their roles in order to build an ethical and sustainable community. Okay, so it's shared by us, by individual, or through religion, through corporation, through states, international financial institution, or even the rest of the world. Okay, so it's everyone's work. Okay, so in terms of ethics, right? Now, equity and equality, we have seen this before in the earlier slide about why we must have a balance between equity and equality concept. Okay, equality means everyone is treated the same way, regardless their differences. Equity means everybody is provided with what they need accordingly. So must be balanced. Okay, everybody get everything. Okay, no matter who you are or how you look like, where you live. Okay, but at the same time, those people also must be provided equivalent, okay, equally. Okay, so must be a balance. Why? Because it's now here when we talk about this, okay, when we talk about this, remember, we have what we call as society, people, society, economy, environment. So must be balanced. All of this must be balanced. Okay, in order to ensure that zero hunger must be equivalently provided and also equity. Okay, quality of education, access to all, no matter who you are, where you are, and how it must be done, must be able to balance between equity and equality. Then you will get what you call as SDG, fulfill the SDG 2050 aims. Okay, so everything, if you look at here 1, 2, and 3, and 4, all these coming in with the partnership. So this is part of the ethics. Just now, we must provide not one but everybody. Okay, we must be together in providing those needs by each of these groups. Okay, by each of these groups, right? So we saw this just now. How equality give access, they can give access, but then we give them equity. So same, providing same to all. But then now with solution, we ensure that everybody treated the same. Okay, treated the same. Right? So this is a very, very critical. Okay, okay, because through communication problems, through social media, we know just now when we talk about hate speech, these can create problems of equality and equity. You won't get the solution because that is where you misperceptions of situation that will create another issue. So we will let down the possibility of finding the balance between equality and equity. Okay. So we must have a platform on how to say it. Now we talk about activists, where inside activism we have rebel, we have citizen, we have changes, agent, and we have reformer. So all of this must come together. Okay? We must say the same sentence, same word to be understood by all. Okay, to ensure that we treated everybody equally. Okay, right? So ethic approach in economic, this is also very important. Okay, right? Very important. Okay, I also have one video here. Okay, I think this is quite long. Let me see first.
Rob Johnson, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
It's a 12-minute.
Do you think that economics, mainstream economics, can distinguish?
And moral dimension. It's very interesting conversation. It took about 12 minutes, so perhaps you can go through, but
distinguish between an incentive and a bribe?
There is a connotation that bribery is taking you with an incentive to a place you wouldn't want to go. Whereas if you're going to a place that satisfies your desire and you're being paid for it.
Another time to go through this. It's quite long. It's very interesting. When you talk about corruption, for example, okay, we talk about corruption. There's a hypothesis about corruption. Okay, sometimes yes, we know corruption is not acceptable. Okay, but then it can, for example, we talk about ethical economics. In that video, it talks about corruption, you know. So corruption is something negative. I think everybody accept this, right? But there is a paper that has been written on hypothesis about corruption, where corruptions can be considered either as sandpaper or a grease. Okay? So it's very interesting to know that in some economy, corruption is considered as sandpaper. You know, sandpaper is very rough, so it's not good. Okay, so it was treated as sandpaper. But in certain economies, corruption is needed because it was a grease. It made things smooth. It made things easier to work on. It made things working as what you want. Okay, so maybe perhaps you can find that paper, you can read further. For knowledge how corruption can be a grease or can be a sandpaper. It's a very good paper on understanding the ethics in economics. Okay, so ethics in economy describes theory of ethical preconditions of economy and how you do decisions in economy, how you treat things in economy, or how you make the foundations of the economic system. Okay, so it's about rules, it's about virtues, it's about values, about actions and management. At the end of the day, it's about integrity. Okay, about integrity, right? Something that you cannot avoid. Okay, so but it's very hard to analyze this ethical approach in economics. Okay, because if you see here, what moves economic actors? The answer of rational self-interest. Okay, definite check plus. Okay, so in economy, as I mentioned, some decision can be agreed. Okay, but this grease is not good. It's not ethical, but it's happened and it's helped the economy to grow. Some is considered as sandpapers. Okay, it's bad, but then the economy have done well and not allowing that to happen. Okay, so most countries are here. Okay. I'm not saying that the economy is unethical, but sometimes this is proven in most of the journals that most countries are working or using these unethical actions as a grease for their economy. Okay, so this is something that we have to look into. We need to find a way of how to change this. Okay, because when you approve unethical economics, what happens is we will start to find these issues here. Okay, this is where we have issues in people, where we have issues in terms of justice. Okay, we don't have strong institutions. This is where we found problems in the economy because we find a gap between the rich and the poor. Okay, and then that is where also we found we are unable to control the environment. It's not being preserved well. The soil has been used without any control. Okay, so that is all part of ethical economics. How you make decisions. Okay, so how you govern, how is the policy, how the decision making. So this is very sensitive issues. Okay, very sensitive issues, but need to be talked about, need to be challenged and debate about the ethics in the commons. Okay. What about media ethics? Okay, I also have one more video here about media ethics. Okay. Let's see that I put this now. I'm to share you about okay. Okay, let me share with you this. I think it's also very interesting about journalism ethics. Okay. Okay. So let's hear this.
There are about 400 codes of conduct around the world, covering all aspects of journalism. Some of them are very short, some of them are very long. But actually all of them are really focused on 5 key values for journalism. And the first of them is accuracy. I won't say truth, because truth is a very long word. It actually gets us into a discussion about really what is true and what is not true. But accuracy is very important. So therefore the first principle is no deceptive handling of the facts. We work in facts, so fact-based information. Secondly, there's the principle of independence. The work that you do is your own work, but it's not on behalf of anyone else. You're not there to be a spokesman for the government. You're not there to be a representative of a particular business group or a special interest group. You have transparency in what you do, so that when you are speaking and dealing with your audience and producing material, you're acting independently as an independent professional. Thirdly, there is the principle of impartiality. That is to say, you recognise that there's more than one side of a story. And very often there's more than 2 sides of a story. And as a journalist, you're responsible for looking and thinking about what are the other sides of this story. Here is one story that's being told, but what are the other opinions that I need to bring in to make the story whole? And then fourthly, there's the question of humanity. As a journalist, you're expected to show humanity. And what I mean by that is you're expected to be aware of the consequences of what you publish and what you broadcast. So you have to be aware that sometimes the words you use, the pictures you show can do damage. They can be harmful to people. It's not the job of a journalist to do undue harm. It's our job to protect people. And it's very important that when we are in reporting, we don't indulge in hate speech. We don't show obscene images. We don't show unnecessarily explicit images of violence and so on, because we are part of a humanitarian process, and that's what journalism should be. So humanity is a very important part of it. And fifthly is the issue of accountability. It's the one that's probably most difficult for journalists, and that's we're not a humble group. We find it difficult to say sorry and to admit our mistakes, even though we can be lacerating in our criticism of others. But we have to do that. We have to engage with the audience, and we have to correct our mistakes, and we have to be prepared to provide remedies when we get it wrong and do damage. So these principles are really straightforward. Accuracy, independence, impartiality, humanity, and accountability. Those are the things that what make...
Okay, so exactly as what we said just now, we talked about ethics. Of course, it will involve all this. Okay, I think this is not only about journalists, but we also, as a decision maker, perhaps we also must play a role. We must give accurate information to the journalists. We also must be independent. We must be impartiality. We must be humanity and also accountability. So this, I think, this is a very good value. Okay, not only for the journalists, but also for us to play our role and parts to provide for the to provide information. Okay, because as I mentioned just now, we cannot give harmful statement. Okay, as this is ethics, moral, right? We mentioned about hate speech just now, how bad it can be. Okay, how can it affect the society, right? So journalists, they protect, okay, they protect and also provide somehow humanitarian process. Okay, so that is for the journalists. But I think that is when I listen to him, it's not for the journalists, but also for us. Okay, we also must have those in our values. Okay, so that will protect us to make sure that we'll be able to fulfill the SDG 2030 vision, right? Okay, so the importance media ethics responsibility, this is part of the 5 rules just now. They also must be responsible, freedoms of press, independence, reflect sincerity, truthfulness, accuracy, impartiality, fair play, protect cultural heritage. I think it's normal, okay? For a human being, we must have these values. It doesn't have to be a journalist, anyone, okay? Social journalism, for example. We're also providing information for the public, okay? Right? Okay, so that's the things that I share with you. Before we end, I want to show you one more video. Okay. I found this and I think I'd like to share this with everyone. Journalism matters for peace, justice, and strong institutions.
Questions, and you didn't. Imagine a world where innocent people were sentenced to prison, where politicians didn't answer questions, and you didn't know how they spent the country's money, where you didn't know that a pandemic was spreading in your community, and where all the information you received came from interest groups, private companies, or rumors. That's what a world without journalism would look like. The Sustainable Development Goals are the world's common goals for a better world. They were adopted by the world heads of state and government at the UN. These goals are also called Agenda 2030. There are a total of 17 goals to eradicate poverty and hunger, to realize human rights, achieve equality, and protect the planet and its natural resources. Simply to make the world a better place for all of us. Goal 16 is about promoting peaceful and inclusive communities. In addition to being able to live in peace, this means building effective, inclusive institutions with responsibility at all levels. Goal 16 is broken down into 10 targets. For example, about reducing violence, promoting legal security, and securing access to information, and protecting fundamental freedoms. Fundamental freedoms refer to the human rights established as early as 1948 at the UN. Freedom of opinion and freedom of speech are included in these rights. Independent journalism is fundamental for people to be able to share information and ideas. Indicators are used to measure progress towards the goals. For 1610, there are 2. One measures how many countries have laws on right to information, because laws are needed that guarantee access to information. That is, that one can read public documents or attend court hearings and political meetings. In Sweden, we have the Public Access to Information Law. Over 70 of the world's countries have no laws on right to information at all, and in many of the countries that have them, they work poorly. But in addition to laws that ensure access to information, free, independent, and professional journalism is needed to examine the world's authorities and ensure that citizens have access to accurate and relevant information. The second indicator measures how many journalists have been killed, kidnapped, disappeared, detained, or tortured. In 2019, 49 journalists were killed because of their profession. That was the lowest number in 16 years. But at the same time, freedom of the press has gone down. More countries have become more dangerous for journalists to work in. And in addition, many media providers find it difficult to manage financially. This is not good if we want to achieve the global goals, because through their role as examiners of power, journalism contributes to many other targets under Goal 16. For example, 16.3, promote the rule of law and ensure equal access to justice. Cases where innocent people have been convicted or the judiciary has not worked have been highlighted by journalism and led to wrongful sentences being cancelled or changed. One of Sweden's biggest legal scandals was revealed by a journalist and led to the release of a man who had been innocently convicted of 8 murders. People who were incorrectly sentenced to long sentences for serious crimes have been released after journalists examined their cases. But investigative journalists also help the justice system by revealing crime, corruption, illegal financial and arms flows, or tax fraud. In this way, journalism can also contribute to Target 16.4, to combat organized crime and illicit financial and arms flows, and 16.5, to substantially reduce corruption and bribery. One example is the Panama Papers, which were leaked to the media by an anonymous source in 2016. The documents show how politicians, celebrities, and criminals hid large sums of money in tax havens. In total, tax authorities in 22 countries around the world are estimated to have recovered more than $1.2 billion from fines and withheld taxes as a result of the disclosure. Researcher James T. Hamilton has calculated that investigative journalism yields a return of about $100 for each invested dollar in reclaimed taxes and fines. This is without even taking into account what you save after corrupt rulers are sacked and no longer squander with society's resources. But perhaps most important of all is the media's role in holding people in power to account, which helps with Target 16.6 to develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions. If the public access to information law in a country works, citizens have access to an incalculable amount of information. The journalist's job is to go through public documents, such as decisions and procurements, or to attend parliamentary meetings and summarize the most important information. Both daily news and major scandals come from public documents. Journalism can reveal everything from public servants who provide apartments for their own children and acquaintances, or authorities that do not handle procurement properly, but give expensive contracts to the manager's friend. In 2011, a Romanian newspaper revealed that the state had procured diluted disinfectants for all the country's hospitals, which led to high mortality in infectious diseases among patients. Another target is 16.7, ensure responsive, inclusive, and representative decision-making. This means that people should be involved and have influence over political decisions. Politicians must make decisions that are in accordance with the will of the people. But how can they know what millions of people think and want? Here, journalism plays an important role in raising questions and making voices from all sections of society heard. For this to work, politicians must be available and answer journalists' questions, and authorities must disclose information in accordance with the Public Access to Information Law. So, journalism is not only dependent on institutions and laws, but also on the fact that individual politicians and authorities interact with them. All over the world, journalists are struggling to keep people informed in everyday life and crises, while the media is fighting for survival, not least in developing countries where most people cannot afford to pay for media and where public support for media is lacking. But in international development cooperation, support for media development today accounts for only 0.3% of total support. Journalism is needed to achieve Goal 16 and our dream of peaceful and inclusive societies. What can you do to help media continue to exist in the world? Pay for it when you have the opportunity. Advertise in media that produces high-quality journalism in the public interest. Be source critical and validate information before sharing in social media. Support legislation that promotes media diversity and free, independent, professional journalism.
I hope everything that I share will be some part of the knowledge for all of us in ensuring that we will be able to achieve the SDG 2030 and all of us must play our roles. It's very important for us to take actions, and our actions must be very conscious, uh, sharing the right things at the right place at the right time, using good communications, good platforms, and also to support these actions towards providing for the people, for the society, for the environment, and also for the economy. So thank you very much. I hope you have enjoyed today's classes so far. And I hope I have been shared with you the things that you wanted to know, and I hope you will explore more. And thank you very much to Dr. Mazni Omar and also the team for providing me the things to share today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mazni. Assalamualaikum.
Maybe we can open any questions, or anyone want to share something with Dr. Shazida? Anyone? From the participants?
Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Salam.
My name is Hafizullah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't have a question. I found that the explanation is very clear as a crystal, but I am interesting to have your slide. Can you share with me or with the all participants? Because I find it very clear to understand the objective of sustainable development and the SDG. So I think it's very useful for me, like people like me, because I am journalist. For your information.
Okay, Cik Hafizullah, we will share the slide. Okay, we share
thank you so much.
link after this. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Right. Any other questions, or anyone want to share any ideas or suggestion? Is it okay, Dr. Shazida? Thank you very much, Doctor. So for your valuable sharing of knowledge, your experience in SDG, right? So any other question from the participants? Or we can stop now, then we will take a break after this for the second session actually. From our friends from Romania, we have Adina here and Minadora, right? Okay, thank you, Aisha from Universiti Malaya. Okay, the feedback there. All right. Okay, I think we will stop now and we take a break. And thank you very much, Dr. Shazida. Okay, thank you so much, Diana. Okay, all right. So thank you again, and we will start at Adina, maybe 30 minutes, right? Break.
Yes.
Okay.
In 30 minutes, we continue with the second session. Thank you, Prof. Najib, for your valuable presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you
again. Everyone. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
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 sound.
Hai că ies și mai intru o dată.
Nu te auzi. Nu
Da,
te auzi.
ies și mai intru o dată. Se aude acum?
Zi ceva.
Se aude? Mă auzi?
Nu.
Deci
Nu.
asta e culmea. Uite, la mine se... Da, ce s-a întâmplat? Că sunt pe unmute, deci sunt toate dezactivate.
Tu mă auzi pe mine?
Da, eu te aud pe tine.
Auzi? Dă din cap dacă mă auzi. Ok. I don't know what's happened with your microphone.
Ce pot să fac?
Try to leave and come in again. Maybe.
Yeah, they will join it.
Maybe I should reset my computer.
We don't hear anything. I don't hear anything. Da.
Eu dau restart la computer, că eu am mai ieșit odată din întâlnire. Și am intrat din nou. Ce pisicii mai...
Adina, nu te impacienta. Haide, încearcă să intri, dacă nu de pe telefon, cumva, până îți reglezi. Dar trebuie să...
Pe telefon pot să deschid chestia.
Dar ce? Nu ai unmute. Mai intră o dată. Intră o dată. Să încep sau să nu încep?
Da, nu începe. Spune că eventual eu trebuie să remediez niște probleme tehnice. Îmi dau restart la computer, bine?
Na, hai.
Da.
Hello, everybody. Please have patience. Just a few minutes. Adina cannot have. Adina has some technical problem and she cannot connect with the audio. Okay. So she will restart her computer right now, and I hope in 2 minutes we will start.
Okay.
Hi, Adina.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
No, we don't hear you.
I can hear you, Adina.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Everyone else can hear me?
No sound. Try to
Mina, I think you're the only one who can't hear
your
me.
phone, maybe.
Can everyone else hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Dina, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just a second. Just a second.
It's okay, takes your time. Oh, we can't hear you.
Okay, I think it's a problem. My colleague can't hear me. So if everyone else can. Oh,
No, I'm listening you.
Yes, these technical issues. Yeah, technology is wonderful when it works. And yeah, just.
Now I can hear you in the phone because we started a conversation, a phone conversation, and I will let it open.
So okay, you will. Okay, so we'll
don't close your phone.
okay. We'll continue with the phone. All right. But Mina, can you be heard by the rest of the people?
So, colleagues, do you
Yes, we can hear Mina.
Okay.
So, do you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, should we start, I think? But I have to close my phone, Adina, because this is,
yes,
this my microphone in here.
Yes.
So we will talk on WhatsApp, maybe. We keep in touch, colleague. So, welcome to everyone at the second session today. The second session of the second module today. This is the second part. So we are pleased to meet you. Romanian time is 12:30. I think 4 minutes to 1. In your countries, I think it's evening already. So I want to thank you for your great effort today to stay with us. After the first module, after this experience, me and Adina thought that it's good to focus more on interactivity maybe with you. So we prepare for today a more interactive session. And the connection with journalism also is present in our slides. You will see. So I remind you that we have 4 modules, just general information. We have, Adina, if you want to put the slides with the 4 modules to remind our colleagues that we presented last time module 1. Today we will present module 2. Next week, Friday, we will have module 3, and in the end of the July we will have module 4 practicum. So if you notice, the module 3 next Friday will be only about journalism. I say that because some of you in your feedback ask for more journalistic information, practical theory and practical information. Started with today, we'll give you more examples and more interactivity connected to journalism. I want to say that our colleague in the morning, Malaysian colleagues in the morning, presented more concepts and theory, and we will complete this part with maybe more examples. So this module is called sustainability. So you have the slides now. Yes. I talked with Adina, and we realized that we have, you will have, when you will implement this course with your students, we have 250 hours. So it will be more information, concentrate information. In-class hours will be 45, so 6 units during 8 weeks, if you will choose to make the 6-month course. So it will be very intensive for you and your students. So this this module will be maybe in the first part of the day, first session. For us was in the morning with the Malaysian colleagues. It was very dense and very concentrate with many concepts and about economy, and not very easy to process all informations. Today, Adina and me will pass through all units, all 6 units, but we will focus on how to teach this module with kind of interactivity and attractivity and examples, case studies with your students to attract them, to stimulate their memory, and to understand maybe deeply what sustainability is. So I give the microphone to Adina to continue to present her unit. Yeah. And stay tuned with us, please. We need you. I know it's a great effort for you, for us too, but we prepared for this day all the week. So stay with us, please. Adina.
Hello, thank you, Mina. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you again after 1 week. So let's get things started. Before we begin and go through the second module of our SDG journalism course, I would like to go very quickly through the content from module 1, just to jog your memory, to refresh your memory. So I know at this point we are all aware that Sustainable Development Goals are a new universal set of development targets, which replaced the Millennium Development Goals, following its adoption by the United Nations. And these goals all are designed to be relevant to every country on the globe, whether developing or developed, highlighting room for progress everywhere. Experts argue that if the SDGs are ignored in the public sphere, then politicians will not necessarily feel the need that they have to be held accountable for. So the role of media in the development consists of serving as nation builders, partners with government agents of empowerment, as well as watchdogs and guardians of transparency. Thus the importance of and innovative aspect of this particular journalism course, with a focus on SDGs, in which Mina and myself will guide you to design your lectures and go through resources, materials, articles, reports, video clips, in an effort to align our work with such universal values as gender equality, cultural diversity, access to education, extreme poverty, tolerance, environmental sustainability. So the SDGs will, I wonder if, can you see, can everyone see my screen? I mean, this is an interactive map, is very nice. I liked it very much, and it's very useful for you to use with your students because, okay, we have everything we need to know about tracking the evolution of and how countries around the globe succeed to achieve the SDGs. So these SDGs will shape everything what happens in international, national, local policies over the next 8 years until 2030. Over the past few decades, Asia Pacific especially have succeeded in dramatically reducing poverty, increasing levels of education, but leaving no one behind will require realigning priorities to deliver the SDGs agenda. Therefore, there is a need to enhance data journalism curricula with a focus on SDGs all over the world. Okay, thank you. So I told you about this map, okay? So here are the SDGs, and if you click on one SDG, for instance, quality of education, you can see how it has been covered all over the globe. We have the color representations. So green means SDG has been achieved, yellow, challenges still remain, orange, significant challenges remain, and red, major challenges remain. Or in the gray areas, not metaphorically, it's not a gray area. The idea is that the information has not been received yet. So you have the possibility to see rankings for each country. You have a data explorer and graphs, but what's more importantly is this section for country profiles where you can click on each country. Let's see about Romania. Where is Romania, for instance? Okay, so here you have the index, the rank, the place within the 163 countries all over the world, the SDG score, the spillover score, and the trends, a dashboard with the trends explained. So, okay, you have the possibility to see, to get the data, to discuss it with your students in class. And okay, if you are interested, okay, you can go online and check the data relevant for your country. I wouldn't choose Cambodia, Malaysia, or China, okay, now to put on board because we have so much material to go through, but I'm sure that you can go individually, or you can see this resource in our capacity building materials that we prepared for all of you. So, okay, our goal and for the course, and especially for the training session, is to help you, how to help students understand the role of journalism in inclusive access to all of these goals. And another objective would be to share a wealth of resources, useful tools, and how to collect data to produce knowledge. The first unit for the second module, which focuses on sustainability and everything that encompasses it, is comprises of 6 units. We will deal, as you have seen from the very very explicit and clear presentation before made by our colleague, our Malaysian colleague. We will encounter and will have to deal and clear concepts such as uneven development, social justice, intergenerational equity, so on and so forth. So for this unit, you have 6 hours, and we divided this equally, 3 hours for and 3 hours with theory and practical activities. Seminar, empirical learning, you will see, will strongly advise you to invite specialists, representatives of NGOs, so on and so forth. The course question, so why is it relevant for our students, and what are the concepts and the questions for this course? What is uneven development as opposed to sustainable development? How is development measured? What are the areas of development that a country can make? What is uneven development? What is the development gap? What are the causes? This is very, very important, the causes of uneven development. And the objectives for this particular unit and the competencies that we are looking forward to develop in our students is to understand the challenges countries face in generating wealth, to know the factors that might be responsible for the lack of wealth, to understand concepts such HDI and why it is a human development index, that is, why it is used to measure development. This is the time management that we propose. Of course, that you have the liberty to organize the time for your lecture, but this is how we thought that it would be beneficial for the students to organize your materials. So the first part of the unit, the theoretical frame that you need to go through and guide your students through uneven development versus sustainable development. What is uneven development? Simply that the development of the economy of a country is uneven. This unevenness is seen to exist in various dimensions, different sectors of economy, for instance, developing to varying degrees at different rates. You can make a quick recap with your students of the SDGs and identify together with your students the goals that relate to economic aspects, and then introduce the concepts used to talk about development indicators. You can play clips. There are some very nice clips created by international agency. We have proposed one created by World Vision Australia on the topic how to measure poverty. The questions that you have to elicit answers together with your students is, why is development so difficult to define? What are specific areas of development that a country can make? You can use Gapminder. This is another useful tool that I want to share with you. This is Gapminder. I hope you can all see my screen. You can use this, and you can use it as an introduction. You can play a game with your students to and ask them to guess where in the world certain countries are. Okay, you can create your own. You can create your own visual, or you can use ones that are already here. Here you see we have life expectancy, we have levels of income level 1, 2, 3, 4, all regions of the countries are represented by colors, okay, and you can go and play a guessing game with your students. So this is Gapminder. It's a very useful tool, and we strongly recognize it. At this stage, we show how wealth and quality of life can be made evident for different countries of the world. Of course, this is the time where you introduce these specific economical concepts: gross national income, GNI per capita, gross domestic product, as means of measuring. Discuss with students the limitations of these indicators, showing that measuring only the size of a nation's economy does not reflect welfare, pointing out that a better measure to use would be one which includes social measures of development as well. We suggested to use some reports. One of them is the World Social Report from 2020, which is entitled Inequality in a Rapidly Changing World. And this report documents deep divides between and within countries, despite an era of economic growth and widespread improvements in living standards. Explain to the students the necessary conditions for economic growth and the limits of the purely economic indicators as an introduction for a very important concept: Human Development Index, HDI, which is the measuring index that takes into account life expectancy, gross national income per capita, and also education. You can compare world maps to show contrasting aspects of the quality of life, and also make sure that students understand that literacy rate, birth rate, death rate, infant mortality, access to safe water, people per doctor, life expectancy are also important indicators of development. For the seminar activities, we suggested this topic for discussion: how far do you agree that the HDI is the best way to measure the development of a country? Because it's an assessment for extreme poverty, vulnerable groups and communities. We advise you to invite a guest speaker or a representative of a local NGO. This is a very important task that you have, to identify the right people, the right guests to come and discuss and clarify aspects with your students, and have the students involved in the topic with a specialist, because they are the ones that can bring us case studies into discussions to illustrate what we teach with examples. Of course, you can illustrate with examples during your lecture sessions, but of course, to bring a specialist will also increase the awareness of the topic. So students, for instance, can choose a country, or they can choose an area in their own country, maybe even their own town or a neighborhood in their town, and analyze it from different levels of development. I don't know, urban areas, which are the core of development with investments, trade, rural areas where there are fertile soils for farming, good access to water, investments, trade. On the other hand, there are the peripheral, the fringes, right? The areas situated at the periphery, or there are remote areas who suffer from deforestations or from floods, areas with difficult access to roads, to trading links. So this way they will discover that levels of development are different, not only globally, but even within the same city or district. Let's talk about a bit about the learning activities that we suggested throughout the unit. And in this unit in particular, they take the form of guided research activity based on students assessing the potential effectiveness of the Sustainable Development Goals. So a guided research activity, it is a useful task, because simply memorizing facts will not generally be sufficient in practice, and it will working with information and with data will help students, will bring students in the realm of understanding and applying all these concepts in a given scenario. So speaking about student engagement, I would like to propose a game. It is I'm sorry, it will take me some time to move from a screen to another. So I will share in the chat box the link to a Mentimeter. And I would like you to where is the, I'm sorry, I'm still working my way around the, okay, here's the chat. Okay, so have you all received this this link? Okay, so what does student engagement mean to you? So please feel free and type in the words that come to your mind when we talk about student engagement. It is a very nice app that extraordinary. See how it builds up this word cloud. Keep the words coming. It's very good. It's a very useful app that you can use, especially if you teach online, because you have immediate feedback and you can create interesting clouds, ideas. You can also use it to create quizzes or to create evaluation, assessment, papers, so on and so forth, and you can use it in classroom. So student engagement means, okay, you can keep the words coming. You can write down, type in the words that come through your mind, and we will have a look later to see how it developed. So student engagement means where they are taking a much more interest in their learning, and they see themselves part of the learning community. I think we sometimes take for granted how some of these things come naturally in a learning environment. So it's about how we can engage and facilitate back to the students this learning setting. The teaching approaches are consistent with the foundational topics in the units. As you can see, we suggested short clips. We suggested that clips that convey the practical aspects and the content for our units, practical activities that can strengthen students' ability to recall key facts, concepts, and knowledge. Also, we focused on activities that prompt students to start processing what they know, and with the teachers to become, as I said also the last time, more of a facilitator, more of a guide to the students. We suggested reflective activities, mind mapping activities. This is what we have just did, is an example to demonstrate and present what they know. So the recommendations and the highlights for this module would be that students, and the reason of the recommendations we made for autonomous learning, the hours that students will spend doing individual learning. So they will be able to identify and read reports with relevant data on development, also monitor how media covers stories on developmental issues. Further, students should monitor the media and the social media platforms, identify and observe voices of NGOs and activists. Students should be oriented to use authorized and reliable sources of information, use scientific resources, and identify specialists and experts. The next 3 hours focusing on the uneven development, should focus on how development varies between the countries. And you should work together with your students to elicit the causes and the processes that contribute to globalization and uneven development. You should observe the differences, disparity, diversity, concentrate on the 3 pillars of development: social, economic, and environmental. Uneven allocation of resources, different access to services, and opportunities. Okay. There are these questions: why some countries are richer than others, or why some countries are poorer than others. Because different countries of the world are classified according to their level of social and economic development. Levels of development are dependent on physical, economic, and environmental factors. The way in which countries are classified is changing. In the past, there was the Brandt line. I don't know if you are familiar with this concept. It was used to divide the planet into the rich north and the poor south. However, the world has changed a lot in the last 20 years, and the Brandt line is now too simplistic. There are other classification. There is the International Monetary Fund classification, which uses names such as low-income developing country, advanced countries, emerging and developing countries. Reinforce for the students the other measures of development. Bring into discussion the Human Development Index as a better measure of development, as it takes into account both the economic and social factors. Because used on their own, each measure of development can be misleading. So it is often better to use more than one. You can examine with your students the consequences of uneven development in different regions using the interactive maps or even the Gapminder tool that we suggested. What are the consequences? And examine the consequences of uneven development as opposed to failure to tackle extreme inequalities. Uneven development creates differences between countries. Advanced countries have a lot of money, so they have the power to make decisions that affect low-income developing countries. Many developing countries have a shortage of safe water, clean water, and have low levels of health. They do not have factories or processing facilities, so they have to sell materials and they sell it in their raw form. So these countries earn less. Of course, there is also the case of corruption. In lower developing countries, this means that money earned is not necessarily used to benefit the people that really need. So bring into discussion goal 10, reduce inequality within and among countries. So this would be possible seminar topics that we or team exercises that you can do together with your students, and we suggest it. A local invite representatives of local NGOs, small businesses, how they try to reduce inequality, give credit to the people, go global, from global to local, and see if a small investment can make a big difference. Local solutions and empowerment, community-friendly enterprise. We do have this concept of developmental journalism that covers the entire range of socioeconomic and cultural events. And these stories are very important, especially for people living in communities which struggle with no access to water, no roads, no access to appropriate health services, hospitals, schools. These stories should not limit themselves, and we should point that out to our students, to mere press releases, governmental announcements of infrastructure development or international fundings, reports, figures, official claims and promises for an improved life, because this angle and this kind of telling a story will discourage the reader, and there is so much more in these stories. We should keep in mind that our story is written for ordinary people, not for development experts. We do not write about indicators, and we do not write about metrics. We write about people in need, and we need our students to understand the implications of all these elements. If journalists assume that development means government projects, the tendency is to write stories, uninteresting stories, dull stories. I don't know, I read a couple of days ago in a Romanian newspaper, the National Strategic Plan for 2023 until 2027 is a well-balanced document. Or the government, through the Local Development Fund, launched on Friday an urban structure plan. Okay, yeah, but yeah, this is an announcement. What is behind this? How does this affect especially a local community? How does this affect a face, a person? So headlines like these do not engage the readers. Instead, we should go for a broader look, for a broader take on the topic that can turn up hundreds of stories behind, I don't know, deserted villages. We do have in Transylvania, here in the district we live, there are villages that are almost deserted. No one else lived there. Most of the people left for rural areas or for other countries. So practically they are deserted. We have farms, factories that are closed, if classrooms. So we should go from we should go beyond those announcements, governmental announcements about sustainability and development. We should look harder. So, for instance, in a local paper in Sibiu, there are some stories. Okay, I don't have the link here, but I thought I used the link. Okay, I'm sorry, but there is this. There is an online newspaper. It's called Turnul Sfatului, and they devoted a whole section of the newspaper to present small how young people starting their own ventures, their own local businesses, using their economies, using bank loans, to sell fresh vegetables grew by local producers. In fact, there is a whole, there are lots of articles like this. In these are not paid advertorials, and these articles are not for publicity because people presented there, they talk about the difficulties they encounter, the bureaucracy, the high taxes, so on and so forth. There is another example of how a group of women transformed a local vegetable used to cook pies and jams, rhubarb. Maybe you are familiar with it. Okay, so they organized themselves and they created the day of the rhubarb, and they tried to use this popular edible plant to attract not only tourists and promote local gastronomy, but also entrepreneurs, and keep the mayor's door open for the entire community. They created an NGO to advertise events, to attract funds and donations, so they can continue helping the community. I can just, let me look for the link, and I will share. The article. I'm sorry, I thought I used the link in the presentation. They are called the fairies of the rhubarb. Okay. Here is the article. And these are the fairies of the rhubarb. There are 25 women, and they created, as I said, this local NGO to organize their event annually, but also to raise money and help the community. They say, for instance, if someone needs help to rebuild the roof or to repair the roof, we can help the person. And they created a lot of buzz around around the village, and as the headline suggests, they transformed this village in Transylvania in a magnet for tourists. So these are just examples of how media can present development and development issues with impact on local areas. The developmental stories like these should have a face. The impact is greater when we have people in the stories, because after all, the development is about changing lives, and that's what readers and viewers relate to. On one hand, we have the governmental efforts to reduce the rate of maternal mortality or interest in increasing access to education. But on the other hand, the reality shows that there are real life situations where pregnant women have to go long distances to deliver their children because they live in remote areas and there is no good access for good roads. We have children who live in remote areas and they have to walk for kilometers to go to school because there are no transportation available or roads available. So we should make ordinary people visible in the media to give them a voice. But at the same time, we have to be careful not to present them as victims or beneficiaries of government generosity. We should use the news to report the issues and to create stories full of information and knowledge. Here we have the World Inequality Report. I hope I can open this link. Okay, so this is another resource that we suggest. It is produced by the World Inequality Lab, And according to this report, this report found that wealth and income inequality remain pronounced across the globe, and that the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated existing inequalities. So identify together with the students inequalities in your regions, see what inequalities you can identify in the community. I don't know, access to jobs, education, medical care services, safe and security. So students may also receive a task to create an infographic. They can also create a small video because they are native digitals and they have all the tools. They only need a phone and a good idea. And we can guide them to find the right resources and create a video to embed in the infographic. So there are plenty of activities that we can do with the students. So the idea is that students need to be aware that are facts about that they are given real facts about the area they have chosen, and that they can engage, they become engaged in the process. Speaking of engagement, let's see if how we are doing. Okay, look, it's looking so nice. Well done, everyone. So if you have, okay, so engagement, speaking of engagement, we have collaborative learning. Of course, this is very important. You collaborate with your students, but also students, they have teams. They can work together in teams, facilitates reflection, sparks curiosity, interaction. Yes, well done. Thank you. I'm proud of your activity. Yes, you're doing good. Okay, so all right. So we went through recommendations and highlights. So moving on to unit 2. Okay, things are getting more and more complicated. It's about economy. It's about, okay, the 3 pillars of sustainability: economy, society, environment. What does sustainability is? So the focus again here is on economical aspects, social aspects, and environmental aspects. The unit is to be covered in 9 hours. So we have we divided in equal groups of 3 hours, divided in theoretical presentation, a lecture, and empirical learning, seminar, debates. I suggested for the last 3 hours in this unit a workshop, again, possibly a presentation, and then a guided practical activity. The course questions for this one is: how does the economic sustainability dimensions relate to the ongoing preservation, establishment of a sufficient quality of life? To what extent is sustainable development connected to climate change? How can we redefine the relationship between the environment, society, and economy? Again, a very important issue, the intragenerational and intergenerational version of sustainability. So the aim of this unit and of this module would be for students to further their insight into the idea of sustainable development and identify and reflect on sustainable behavior, to encourage an understanding of intra and intergenerational equity. So we have to define and contextualize sustainable solutions to promote an understanding of the basic sustainable development issues by addressing intra and intergenerational equity as the three dimensions concept of equity, economy, and environment. Okay, you have the slide with the time management. And we should continue with how you open this unit. You can start the course by doing a very short recap of the content of the previous units. The introduction and the presentations should not exceed 15 minutes tops. At this point, it is important for students to take further the definition of sustainability and understand it in view of the balance and congruity between economic, social, and environmental factors. So you have 50 minutes in which you can explain the concepts, the 3 E's, the 3 pillars of sustainability, to explain the concepts of environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and environment sustainability, identify the correlations between them, then move on to clarify on what intra-generational and intergenerational equity involves, and what the 3 dimensions concept of sustainability involves. These principles of intergenerational equity or collaborations were established in the Rio Declarations of Environment and Development in 1992. We have here a quotation: intergenerational equity is a notion that views the human community as a partnership among all generations. Each generation has the right to inherit the same diversity in natural, cultural, health, and economic resources enjoyed by previous generations, and to equitable access to the use and benefits of these resources. Inclusive growth focuses on ecological friendly economic growth, which is a necessary and an essential condition to decrease the poverty rates and sustain the development. The intergenerational issue relates to involve and affect several generations. So intergenerational equity is the basis of the concept of sustainability, whereas intrinsic constituent of sustainable development is intra-generational equity, as it includes attributes of people in changing lifestyles, behaviors across the existing generation. So here you can explore the tension between consumption and conservation as an intro to the seminar, the seminar activities. Here, again, we propose you have a guest speaker, an NGO representative with presentations, with identified issues. They could be global, but also national, and we strongly suggest to identify local issues. It could be related to poor distribution of resources, continuous degradation of environment, deforestations, carbon emissions, rich and poor. You can create a debate. How will my actions today affect the future? Will have students think of, because we need to jog their empathy as well. Will the things we are doing now can be seen in the future as a tragedy? Will our actions now meet the needs of future generation? Will our actions pass the test of time? What are the long-term consequences of our lifestyles? If we look back at the times when we were amazed by the introduction of mass production cars, they become the ultimate status of, they have become a symbol of status. Or the invention of nylon that made our grandmothers so happy because they made easily available so many fashion items. These encouraged our obsession with things, which led us to consume vastly more than our fair share resources. But now we realize that the impact of millions of people driving gasoline-fueled cars, we see our cities suffocating. We have seen the impact plastic and microplastics have on the environment. The past generations were not even close to the technological advances we are today to protect the future. So shall we give them an excuse? We do not have the same excuse. We know exactly what happens. So the idea is that students should also understand that our generation, their generation, is determined to do something about this. So ask students if they have noticed decisions taken locally to ensure that we are indeed considering the future generations in policies, administrative and political cycles, which are mainly short-term policies. Maybe students will ask you, why should we put future generations first when there are so many current issues to deal with? The focus is that the interests of the current generations and the future ones do not exclude one another. On the contrary, they are connected. So yes, this could be an idea. Another idea would be to create a research activity for a student presentation on sustainable development and equity in the Cambodian, Malaysian, or Chinese context, challenges and opportunities with a relevance to local context. The second theoretical part for the course, the theoretical frame, is to review the concept of intergenerational sustainability and continue with a presentation on the intergenerational sustainability dilemma as presented in the article. After you discuss these issues with your students in light of intra and intergenerational equity, you can explore possible solutions, social justice, free market, equitable opportunities for inclusive growth, which includes economic, social, environmental, educational, digital growth, etc., poverty eradication programs, social responsibility. So as Sharon Bieder suggested in her article from 2012, talk about, there are two different ways of looking at the need to ensure the future generation that can supply their needs, weak and strong sustainability. Also, it is a good moment to bring into discussion the two views on the environmental models, preservation. On one hand, there is the preservationist model. Current generations should not destroy the natural resources, but save them for the future generations while preserving the environment. And on the other hand, there is the extreme in which the present generation consumes all that it wants today and generates as much wealth as it can, either because there is no certainty that future generations will exist, or because maximizing consumption today is the best way to maximize wealth for future generations. You can, in this moment, you can bring into discussion the most important lines of criticism for sustainable development. When it comes to addressing global issues, there are paradoxes And there are also in the specialized literature, we do have 3 major lines of criticism that they say that the terms used in the frame are either too boring to command public attention, they are too vague to provide guidance, and they are too late to address the world's problems. So critics of the Sustainable Development Goals, or the Sustainable Development as it is presented today, they suggest goals such as abundance, environmental integrity, and resilience. So for the seminar on this topic, you may invite a fellow colleague, a researcher from academia, from your university, to discuss their work in this field to help students understand the importance of climate equity and foster productive collaborations. Focus on intergenerational responsibility with reference to domestic issues. For example, extinctions, overexploitation, collaboration instead of competition, equity instead of disparity, our world instead of my world. You can organize simulation and role play activities. You can organize a press conference or a student-led discussion, or you can organize a debate contest. Divide the students into 2 groups, one with a pro sustainable development attitude in the current frame, and the other one embracing the criticism and who is in favor of the adjustments, or maybe one group embracing the pro-preservationist model versus the group that is pro, let's call it opulence model. And they can discuss pros and cons, bring forth arguments, thus clearing the notions. For the third part, of this unit, Unit 2, we have advanced the idea of a workshop, how to report on climate equitably. You can invite a journalist, you can invite a journalist who covered environmental issues. Teach students how to look at potential stories through equity lens. Here there is a resource that we found and we strongly suggest to use. Whether and how the media covers energy, climate, and environmental issues matters. Journalists across all media, whether it's print, it's broadcast, or radio, they all have the power to influence how people think, what they believe to be possible, and what we collectively aspire to achieve. While this guide intends to serve as a catalyst for journalists to consider more inclusive ways to report about clean energy and climate issues based on their research reports. You see here, okay, reporting considerations, tracking progress, tools and resources. The Solutions Project is a national non-profit organization that promotes climate justice. It is a very good resource. Of course, there are lots of resources and guides that are available. This may very well complement the rest of them. You and your students can resort to this as well. The language is accessible. It presents guidelines, reporting considerations. They give you tools, case studies that you can use for inspiration, or you can come up with your own. So yes, it would be an idea. As the highlights for this unit, what we recommend is to direct students to scientific resources on the topics of equity and the 3 pillars of sustainability, as well as intra and intergenerational versus sustainability, to expand on bibliography that highlight existing materials on the 3 pillars of sustainability. Your students can do desk research and compile a directory of public and private agencies, organizations, and institutions addressing issues for sustainable communities. Students should monitor digital platforms dedicated to equity across generations. And of course, you should encourage your students to monitor media. We will keep repeating the same thing. Encourage them to read, to listen to podcasts, to watch videos, to read international and follow journalists, and to monitor trusted media in countries with a tradition in journalism, to identify its connections with interest in sustainable development topics and activities. Okay, this brings us to the 3rd unit, economy and sustainability, equity with social justice and environmental preservation, poverty, economic growth and sustainability. Again, 9 hours, so there is plenty of time, but also the material is very dense, and there's a lot for students to assimilate. Some of the most important issues that are to be covered in this unit is the role of data in social justice, environmental preservation, what is the role of public communication in raising awareness of sustainability. The objectives and the competencies we want to develop and to focus on is for students to understand the concepts presented and used in this unit, to examine issues of local, global, and economical significance, to develop the capacity to assess and interpret data. So, okay, we move on from identifying relevant data and information. Now we have to develop the capacity to assess, interpret, and report on that data, explain complex situations, formulate valid arguments, understand concepts such as poverty, inequality, develop global competency for an inclusive world. The time management again is equal 3 hours divided in 1 hour and a half for lecture activities and 1 hour and a half for seminar activities. So before you begin, you can do this exercise with your students. It all goes down to diversity. Understanding diversity begins with understanding oneself, understanding ourselves. In simple terms, diversity means recognizing differences and understanding that each individual is unique. Respecting each other and knowing how we are similar and different will help us to develop better human relations. We are similar and different in so many ways, let alone in terms of age, gender, ethnicity, worldviews, educational attainment, physical abilities. So there are many ways to be sensitive to diversity in our everyday lives. For instance, we should make an effort to refrain from stereotyping and avoid stereotypical comments. We should also watch our behavior, our humor in general, to give an example for other people. Diversity wheel, this is another instrument that we suggest to use. It gives an overview of the dimensions of diversity that are present and active in one's environment. It has, as you can see, it has four levels. There are four levels of diversity. It is the first layer is personality, that shows how a person interacts with others and how his or her characteristics are, whether she's or he or they are introverts, they are extroverts, they are active or passive humans, a fast dynamic doer, a silent one. The internal dimension, the second layer, the one in blue, is based on 6 aspects that an individual possibly cannot choose or control. They are given: age, gender, physical ability, ethnicity, and race. These aspects influence how the person is treated when he or she is dealing with diversity in communication. Then we have the external dimensions, the geographic location, income, personal habits, through which people can be appreciated or degraded, and the organizational dimensions, management status, union affiliations, work content. So these are all elements integrated into work and social interaction in an organization at a workplace. So the diversity wheel would be a good instrument that can make things better visible to people who work together, and for your students as well. So I will give you again the code for Mentimeter, and I would like you to tell me, to describe yourself, to write down: I am a woman, I am, I don't know, I am European, I am Malaysian, I am a professor, I am a student, I am a journalist. So I will, we will do a cloud as we did today. You can do this with your students as well, but also you can, okay, you can also print the wheel, and if you are not online, you can print the wheel, and you can do this activity with your students before class. And then you can ask them to come up and to put the post-its on the areas they identify. They identify this. This activity encourages, so we do for this one the same as we did with the previous word cloud. So after looking at the wheel, okay, I'll put the wheel again, just write down 5 words that describe yourself. How would you describe yourself? This activity encouraged students to identify social identities and reflect on the various ways those identities become visible or more keenly felt at different times, and how those identities impact the ways other people perceive or treat them. So you can do either this, or you can try to elicit from students what, how do they see people, how other people see us, how we interact with each other and with the view. Compare and contrast the concepts of equality, equity, and social justice, while asking students to reflect on examples of situations they experienced or witnessed. Why is it so important to consider everything and anything that can marginalize people? So you can introduce the concept of intersectionality as a means to address inequality, poverty, and prevent discrimination. You can ask students to remember a time when they felt especially included, engaged, and appreciated in their personal or professional life. Then you can ask them to recall a situation in which they felt especially excluded, alienated, and invalidated. The aim of this reflection is to identify possible exclusion and inclusion features that have affected them. So in this unit, cover the concept of social justice in terms of inequality and poverty, show students perceptions of inequality across the world, long-term trends and recent development, show students the most pressing global environmental issues using infographics, and again, for the seminar activity, invite an NGO representative, a local expert on issues that are connected to equity and social justice, and ask them to present to students a contextualized topic with reference to poverty or environmental problems. Encourage students to ask questions, express their opinions freely. Also, again, you can invite a journalist to talk about the subjects on sustainability issues she identified and covered. The next topic, or the next part of this unit, in this we emphasize the idea of a holistic approach to sustainable development, highlighting the impact of unsustainable economic activities on the environment and communities, and point out that this approach to development takes into consideration the interdependence of human and natural systems, demonstrate the value of business models that are sustainable. Here is the theoretical part in which we focus more on circular economy, concepts such as circular economy. Here is the Volkswagen Group sustainability report. Volkswagen, sorry. Okay, Volkswagen, they create, they build cars, Volkswagen cars. Okay, so here the focus on decarbonization, circular economy. The Volkswagen Group has already developed plans for recycling, reusing vehicle parts in order to reduce its own environmental footprint zone, and so forth. So concentrate and correlate the key concepts with the SDGs and see if there are similar local policies. You can present students for the seminar activities. Here is comprehensive book with case studies on circular economy models, integration of sustainable development. So this is also a good resource. Or you can watch with your students documentaries on sustainability, short films to inspire you into SDGs action. They are short. You can watch them together with your students, or you can encourage the students to watch them in advance and then divide them in groups and debate on the issues and correlate the issues with situations they encountered or met in their day-to-day life. So for the seminar activity, afterwards, you can ask them to identify a local issue, or bring as a guest a person that created a business that recycles or upcycles certain I don't know, like metal or paper or things like this. So there's a wealth of resources. We don't have time to go through all of them. So that would be the highlights for this unit is to bring forth the idea of sustainability and action. Students should be encouraged to take initiative on campus. Remember, I asked you last time if you can provide some ideas. Please think of some ideas of projects that you can do with your students in campus to implement ways in which students may become more environmentally responsible. Again, to monitor media, to use authorized and reliable sources of information. So yes, just a quick look to see if we do have something on our Mentimeter with the diversity wheel. Oh, pragmatic, lifelong learner, yes, join the club. Gen X, yes, lecturer, Malaysian, researchers. Okay, so keep those words coming. Thank you very much. I'll conclude very quickly. We are running out of time. So Mina, please take the floor. I will stop my screen. Oh, hello. Fozia, welcome as well. If you do have questions, please leave them in the chat box, and also in the chat box, you will receive a link for feedback form. Again, you will receive feedback forms at the end of each training session. Thank you very much. Mina, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I hope you hear me.
Yeah,
give me a sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Before I presented, I present you Fauzi, our guest speaker today. I just to start to share the screen with Unit 4. Could you see? Do you see the screen? Okay.
Yeah.
We have a topic called social justice, and for this topic, I will found for you some examples, of course, and our colleague, Malaysian colleague, in the morning presented such valuable information about equity, equality, and other important and relevant concepts. For this unit, I don't insist anymore on the structure of the unit because Adina already did this. You will see we will upload all the slides on a drive, and you will find there all information you need about how to organize these classes with suggestions and recommendations and exercises, examples, so on. We don't have much time, and I just want to focus on such examples about this topic called social justice. But let me first show you something. When you organize this class, Unit 4, maybe you can start with a quiz like this. Let me open, just a moment. I just want to try to show you funny quiz and to ask you to answer just at the first question. You can do this with your students, of course. So you can write in our chat A, B, C, or D, just a letter, to respond on this question. How many people around the world live in extreme poverty? How do you think? 100 million people? 325 million people, 575 million people, or 700 million people? Just A, B, C, or D, and we will. I will put the answer here, and we will see.
Nina,
Yes.
sorry, excuse me. Maybe you should enable editing on your PowerPoint so that you can open the links from the presentation, because
you can see the quiz.
No, we can't see the quiz. So you have to enable editing.
Before the slides. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
Okay.
Adina. Let me.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry.
Good information. So, screen sharing had stopped. Okay, let's try again. Sorry for our inconvenience. Share the screen, share the slides, share with you. So, unit 4, do you see it? Okay, so the quiz, just write in the chat, please. How do you think, how many people around the world live in extreme poverty? So A, B, C, or D. What is your answer, colleagues? You can do this with your students, of course. I don't see anything in the chat.
We can't see the quiz, Nina.
Oh, why?
You haven't opened.
Okay, I put the link here, and please answer. Just
move between screens. Maybe it would be better.
I don't know. Okay. This technique. I don't know how to do this. Anyway, you can see my screen now? No. I don't know, your screen sharing is paused. I don't know what happened.
So we can see the slide. So we can see the slide, but there is no we can't see the quiz. Maybe press apasă CTRL și încă o dată click. Mai încearcă să deschizi link-ul cu CTRL și click.
And now? Not again? So, anyway, you can see now or not?
We can only see the slide.
Only the slide. Okay, thank you. So, just put in the chat an answer of a question. The first question of this quiz is, how many people around the world live in extreme poverty? What do you think? It's about A, 1 million people, B, 325 million people, C, 575 million people, or 700 million people. Let me. Now answer in the chat. Okay, let's continue. Excuse me for this inconvenience. I tried to do an exercise, but I think the link is I don't know. The link is open in my I don't know. So you can see the slides.
Mina?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know, the participants see the question just now?
Yes, I didn't answer the right answer because, of course, she knew she knew the answer. What I want to say is that kind of quiz help your students to realize the reality of the global world. So another kind of exercise you can do with your students is to present them the difference between equality and equity, for example, or the differences between integration and inclusion, for example. And in this point, I want to tell you that we have a guest speaker today with us, and I'm very proud of her. She is our alumni. She is Faouzia Rehejeh, a Syrian girl. She came from Syria, Romanian Syrian girl. She came from Syria, I think, how many years, Faouzia, ago?
5 years ago in 2015.
Okay, so she graduated communication and public relation in our faculty here in Lucian Blaga University in Sibiu. And she founded Arabian Cultural Center. So she is the president of this NGO, and I will let her to tell more things about her and give you some example about what integration looks like in Europe and Romania from her own experience, of course. So,
thank you. Yes, thank you very much. And thank you also for inviting me to this meeting or to this training. I would like to talk a little bit about my experience or about my background. I finished my master's degree at Lucian Blaga University on publicity and brand. My thesis, my bachelor thesis was about how Romanian mass media portrayed the crisis, refugee crisis, on 2015 at the beginning of the Arabic Spring, all along, and start the waves of the refugees to the European Union. And now I'm working with the United Nations as interviewers with the refugees from the Arabic countries. And also I'm working for the National Council of Refugees in Romania as interpret Romanian Arabic language. And also how my professor said about the Arabic Cultural Center. I founded and I started working as president of the NGOs where we promoted the intercultural dialogue between Romanian and Arabic countries and Arabic intercultural dialogue. And lately, this is how I related the subject to my experience, to my work. Lately, I worked with, if you know, the Al Arabiya. It's a news agency, the most famous in the Arab world. I worked with them, with the crew, journalists. They invited me to work on the border. As you know, there is a border between the Romanian-Ukrainian border. So I have double experience with refugees regarding the Arabic refugees and the Ukrainian refugees. So from this perspective, I would like to speak about the difference of treatment or the difference between how the European Union and Romanian received the two parts and the different kinds of refugees, as you know, from the Middle East and the Oriental Arabic refugees, and the other parts Ukrainian and neighbors of Romanian and the other European countries. So I would like to show you at the beginning, I recommended on how to say it, a movie Born in Syria, the movie called Born in Syria, and it's movie from the journalist perspective. It's documentary, and they filmed all the journey or all the suffering of the people, how they came to European countries, and it was in 2015. It's like 2 minutes. I would like to put, if you can help me on this, please. And it's like a trailer. Or maybe I can put.
I have to stop the screen, maybe.
Yes, I think. Or you can put it for me, please. I send it the link by the chat.
I send it to Adina. Adina, could you try, because I don't know how, what happened in my Zoom. I send you. I stop sharing the screen, or maybe now. I don't know. You try, Adina, now? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, we can see. Yeah, we can't hear the voice, the sound. Maybe a little bit louder. It's all the time technical issues to.
We are not so familiar with the Zoom because we use Google Meet in Romania with students. So we just learn in time we teach.
Can you hear it now?
Yes, I think.
Yeah.
Millionen Menschen sehen sich heute aufgrund von Krieg, Terror und Gewalt zur Flucht gezwungen. البوليس اليوم بيجوا بالعالم أنا كمان حاطط نفسي ما بقدر أدفع فلوس كثير إن المافيات في تقريبا 5000 6000 دولار. So viele wie seit dem Zweiten Weltkrieg. Hungary says it will transport thousands of migrants to Austria. أكثر شيء خوفني بالحرب داعش، وهلا بتذكر يجوز موضوع بالشفت المنظر يعني كثير ضعيف. مات أبويا مات موجود جنبي انفجر نبض.
Was möchtest du in Deutschland? Spielen.
But what is important for you is that you get the refugee status.
أنا ما عدت مثل قبل، يعني قبل كنت كتير طفلة وفيني لك البراءة وهيك. Also berikan juga no Abdul ada Muhammad jangan Muhammad jangan. The version. أول شي فكرت إنه بس المشكلة صار حد، بس هلا طلعت إنه وصلنا للمشكلة.
So I chose this movie, this thriller for this movie, Born in Syria, because it's reflected exactly the reality and what happened and how the European Union, some of the European countries managed and managed the refugee crisis, and how the journalists try to be objective to the reality and what happened to this, comparative to the Ukrainian crisis, where when I was on the border, also we filmed or we were as a journalist witnessed and how the authority, Romanian authority and civil societies received and welcomed the Ukrainian refugees. But at the same time, not all, this is what I want to highlight, not all the countries, some of countries or part of European countries like Hungary and Polonia, they received the Arabic, you can see from the movie, of course, when you will watch the movie, how they received or how they managed the refugee crisis from the Arabic countries by barbed wire and tear gas, and the differences between the Ukrainian, the Hungary and Polonia, how they received the Ukrainian refugees. So from my experience, I can say about there is how we always say we have the same rights, but they practice the same rights. We don't have the social inequity. We have everybody have the right to enter, but they didn't receive them by the same way, I can see. But if you watch that movie, here. So based on that, comparing the two refugee crises, I can see that there are a fundamental difference in how the Romanian states and Romanian handled the crisis on the hand. And regarding the refugees from the Middle East, most of the European countries reacted aggressively towards refugees. They were welcomed with the barbed wire, tear gas, and violent armies. They were stopped from entering Europe because they were seen, all of them, as savage or maybe terrorist, or maybe it's a new, or maybe it was a new crisis for the European Union. Now they have, some of the countries, of course, maybe they have now more experienced how to handle this kind of crisis, because at the beginning also it was the first try or first experience. So journalists have to first to be objective in how they broadcast the events. This is the most important thing. And they shouldn't seek for sensational news and shouldn't create a panic, social panic, with their stories. So, for example, when I was in the with Al Arabiya on the border, they related objectively how they received the Ukrainian, even in others' country, even if in other country they received it so aggressively, comparative with the Arabic refugees. Thirdly, journalists should be very careful to avoid stereotypes and to fall in the trap of the generalization. So we can't say every European countries or every European they receive the Middle East refugees or differently. All the Arabic is Muslim, so all the Muslim is terrorist. It's false. This every time they say the same things. All the Arabic people they are Muslim, so all the Muslim is terrorists. So it's so important. The journalists should be very careful in to avoid the stereotypes and to don't fall in generalization. And lastly, I think, and the most important thing, to have empathy when we to empathize with the victims every time when we related the news or the events. So I think it's my presentation. It's so short. We can talk informal if you want, not just me to speak about my experience. If you have any question, you can ask me freely. It's more informal to speak and to know each other.
Thank you, Fauzia. Thank you a lot for your effort to be with us today. You're a great person, and I'm so proud of your achievement as a student and as a graduated student. And I want to tell our colleagues here that they should to encourage their students to speak, to use their voices, to show how great they are, and how important is to don't use stereotype when we represent the people, the nations, that the ethnicity or other kind of element of identity. So thank you for your participation today. We will continue if we don't have, I think we don't have any question in the chat. Please, if you are with us.
No, but yes, as long as we still have Fauzia here, yes, please ask her questions about her experience as a freelance journalist or as the manager of the first Cultural Arab Center in Sibiu. So yeah, thank you, Fauzia.
Thank you, Huda.
Okay,
Right.
if no
question,
I have one question for Fauzia. Okay. Okay. First, thank you, Fauzia, for the sharing. It's a great sharing for us. I just want to know, during your experience, you're working as a journalist, and especially you are dealing with this issue and so on. What are the examples that one of the kind of experience that you cannot forget during your works as a journalist, especially dealing with issues of refugees, of all these things, Syrian, Ukrainian, and so on? What are example of the most unforgettable experience that you can share with us? To work as a journalist, to they call it to defend something. What are the things that you can share with us?
Yes, Thank you. Yeah, it's important question for me because I'm so emotional person. So it's it's difficult for me to handle the situation when when it's emotional or it's dramatic. So I have lately an interview, but it's for academic study with the Palestinian guy who has a problem. It has an impact on me really, and I started to have a personal relation with him to tell him how to help him. But I didn't, for my job, it's wrong to do this stuff after I finished my interview with him for United Nations for refugee. So he started, after I stopped recording, he started to tell me about his problem, and he has a lot of problems. He has 6 children, and he is fighting how to reunification. I'm not sure if I'm saying good, with his children in Romania, and he stayed in campus in Romania. So and he has also big problems in disabilities problem. It's big problems with the legs and with one of the eyes, and it was really so difficult for me to relate it. And now I'm writing the interview to translate it from Arabic to Romanian and English. And I tried to be so, how to say, direct, firm during the writing the interview, but it was so difficult to keep the distance between me and him. Then after I finished the interview, I called him and I started to help him with information, with a lot of things like economic parts where he access the money or this stuff. And the other, also, I have the same with the Ukrainian refugees when I was on the border, Romanian-Ukrainian border, and it was double also effort for me because I remembered all my story or my refugees stories, like when I came here to Romania, and I met a girl, and we started to talk with her, to take a movie with her, to film her in English. And when she entered in Romanian countries, she started to cry. So I feel so also responsible to don't stress her and tell her, please come, we need to film with you, or we need to talk with you, and then we let her like 1 hour and then return to her. So this is 2 situations. It's dramatic for people. So from my perspective, it was experience for me to learn how to handle those type of situation and don't be so in this stuff or in these cases.
Thank you, Fauzia, for sharing with us your experience and emotional part of your experience. We will continue now because we don't have much time, and I apologize again because we have so many slides and so many information, but this is a training concept to do intense teaching and intense learning in a short time. So I try again to share the screen with you to see the slide. And not only we, in the morning, our colleague presented to you the concept like equality and equity, but it is important, I think, to understand, and for your students, of course, implicitly, how are the difference between this concept. But before, to show you a very, very short video, I want to present you an example in Romania, because it's talk about accessibility. Here, you can see this slide. No, this one you can see.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So, in this image, in the center of this image, we have a Romanian journalist. He's well known in Romania, greatest radio voice in Romania. Adina is laughing now because she likes the way he does radio journalism, and she maybe noticed his evolution in journalism. His name is Răzvan Exarhu, but he's not only a model journalist, independent journalist in Romania. He also is involved in the many public campaign, awareness campaign, and talking about the differences between equity and equality. Legal, we have, and in public discourse, we have equality of chances. I say, well, Adina, equality of chances, but in the reality, we don't have equity. So just reflect to a very, very simple question. Every child in Romania legally can go to school and no paying for this. Free access to education. It's called free access to education. But in the reality, a World Vision report, recent report, showed that many kids from rural area cannot attend the classes because they have eyesight problems. They don't. They need glasses. They need glasses for a good sight, and their parents maybe do not have enough money to buy the glasses. So this journalist, Răzvan Exarhu, is involved in a World Vision campaign that assured for rural kids free ophthalmic screening in many villages in Romania, and the campaign is called Through the Eyes of a Child. You have here the numbers. For the moment, the campaign is continuing. This is, I think, it's a good example about what means the difference of equality and social equality and social equity. So the accessibility is the key, the key concept. And I want to, I hope I can show you another example. I don't know if you show the screen. Adina, the movie is I don't hear you. I think.
Okay, shall I play?
I put it. So it's okay.
No, we see the slide. Okay, stop sharing the screen and I'll try.
Okay, again.
Later you become expert, Mina, for the Zoom.
I don't know. Pause share. Try now, Adina, please.
Okay, but you are still sharing your screen.
Stop share. Okay, no.
Today we are talking about.
Is it okay? Can you hear?
Yes, it's a very short video, please.
Yes, can you hear? Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
About equity and equality. But you might be wondering, wait, aren't these the same thing? They look the same. They sound similar. So aren't they the same? No, in fact, they're really different concepts, even though a lot of us get the two confused. So let's break them down. You probably already know what we mean when we say equality. We're talking about two things that are the same or have a similar value. When we treat two people or two groups of people equally, we make sure that they have or get the same things. For example, if I want to give Betty some apples, then I need to give Ben the same number of apples to treat them with equality. Along the same lines, if I want to give the nursing program a budget increase, then I need to make sure that I give the culinary arts program the same budget increase to treat them with equality. That makes sense. But that's not the same thing as equity. Equity can be defined as giving everyone what they need to be successful. In other words, it's not giving everyone the exact same thing. And here's where the difference between equity and equality really come in, because it's important to remember that if we give everyone the exact same thing, expecting that we'll make people equal, it assumes that everyone started out in the same place. So here's an example. In this instance, we give everyone the exact same box. We treat them with equality so that they can see over the fence. Well, that's great for the person on the left because they were already taller, but it's not so great for the person on the right who still can't see over the fence. From an equity perspective, we wouldn't want everyone to have the same size box because everyone isn't the same height to start out with. With an equity mindset, we would get everyone what they need to raise them up to the same level. Here's another example. With equality in mind, we can treat everyone the same and give them all the same bike, but that doesn't really help the person on the left who can't ride that kind of bike, or the person in the middle that is too small for that bike. So when we think about this situation with equity in mind, equity tells us that we need to give everybody a different kind of bike so they can all enjoy a bike ride. As you might guess, this is where the concept of fairness gets tricky for some folks. We often think that being fair means that everybody gets the same thing, and that's what we were taught when we were growing up. But fairness really only works when we're all the same to start out with. So this is a new idea for many of us to think about. There is this great American saying that people just need to work hard enough and pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. It's this idea that everyone can be successful if you just work hard enough. Well, that's a lot easier to do when some of us were born with longer arms to pull up those bootstraps, or maybe we were given longer bootstraps when we bought our boots. So let's think about moving away from the bootstrap idea and instead think about shoes. There is a quote by Naheed Dosani that goes, "Equality is giving everyone a shoe, but equity is giving everyone a shoe that fits."
I will continue to share the screen with you. Oh, no, not this. Just a moment. So the slides here. So I think it was a very simple way to understand the difference between equality and equity, and you can use with your students. I think it's important to give them many examples on this topic. I insist that is relevant for those interested in social justice, especially for journalists, for future journalists, to be able to identify in any kind of communication, even if we talk about interpersonal communication, institutional communication, political media communication, generally, those narrative of exclusion. Is not difficult. They have to exercise and train their eyes and ears to identify and to hear this kind of discourses. They are so present in social media. If you know, I'm sure you know that when media in Romania often happen this thing when we have a topic about racism. If you take a look in the comment section, you will notice a lot of hate speech comments there. On forums, memes on the internet that share spreading the hate speech. So in this unit, you could reconnect activist communication with the media. It is important for students to know and understand the different roles in public communications, to make the differences when they consume different type of public discourses, and try to select and to make differences between, for instance, professional journalism and citizen journalism. I have here on slide, and our colleagues in the morning talked about the meaning and useful of citizen journalism, how useful is this kind of journalism. But we don't have to forget that this is a non-professional journalism. This kind of journalism is made by people. This is very important because it can bring values and an entire perspective about the life and the world, but it is not based on ethics and standards, because the ordinary people do not know anything about what means journalism ethics, for example, and the essence of principles in journalism. So you can give your students some example of well-known anti-discrimination brand communication. I don't know if you have seen the Benetton campaign, anti-racial, anti-discrimination Benetton campaign. It is notorious. Or you can also give example and discuss about another brand communication campaign, or about social movements as Me Too or Black Lives Matter, which were born thanks to the web, participatory web and participatory media. So I have I don't dare to open another resources for my slide, because I'm afraid I cannot manage and I will not succeed to show you. But after we uploaded our slides on Drive, you can open these links and see all resources. And also we have, I told you last time, a whole document with more details and more resources, scientific resources and videos, documentaries, articles, media articles and examples. We put on these slides just a few of them, just for exemplify. So I do not insist on these highlights. Some of them Adina already told you about. It's important for your students to monitor the platform and the media and the voices of independent journalism and the local and national and global NGOs. This is a must for this profession, for journalists, So they have to be connected with reports, the most important reports, and guides, and United Nations have a lot of resources on their site. So Unit 5, it's more about environment. Some of the course questions are: what are the main global environmental issues from the perspective of scientists? I want to thank you again to our colleague in the morning, because she presented to you some resources and some environmental journalists that you can follow, and the perspective, the scientific perspective about this issue. How does another course question, how does climate change impact our lives, but at the regional and local level? What is the role of activism and journalism for the protection of the environment and biodiversity? In this point, I just want to insist to teach your students to make the difference between a journalist and an activist. It's very important. Maybe this could be a reflection question: if a journalist is an activist too, or he or she has to be an activist too. Maybe the next Friday we will develop this and we try to answer to this sensitive topic, because many persons, experts or academics, sometimes are confused, and sometimes put the equal sign between journalists and activists. So maybe next time we will try to answer of this question. I don't insist on time management, the same suggestion for you, but of course you can change and adapt and be flexible with organizing your classes. I just want, because we don't have just 15 minutes, I just want show you a picture. This is a exercise about you could do this on a seminar, maybe a case study and debate about BBC Earth. They have a great podcast about environment there. So I think it would be interesting for your students to explore this platform for you too. So I go to the final slide. I found here, but I say it again, I'm afraid to open the link. This is a very interesting.
Nina, would you like me to share? I think.
No, I just talk 2 minutes, and after that put that image from the cover of Time. But before that, I want to say that this is a very interesting resource about what means to think ethically about the environment. I put links on my slide, but I don't know why I cannot use them. So maybe
Nina?
Yes.
Yeah, I think when your PowerPoint is in this mode, you cannot click the link, but you have to put in the presentation mode. You know, the presentation mode.
I tried this. I try to do this with Control and Enter. to open, but no problem. We'll go further. Just a few things about media ethics. Media doesn't mean only journalism. Media is, of course, advertising, PR, organizational communication, public discourse, social media platforms. So please try to understand media like a huge umbrella, and to see under it just a little point that is a journalist ethic there, but very important and very relevant, of course. If you discuss with your students, it's a so important topic, very important topic, you could bring into debate the famous European case, Charlie Hebdo, about ethics, media ethics, about the limits, the borders of this ethic. It's a very debatable case, and of course you also may use this quiz to teach your students the main differences between ethics and law in journalism. So you can speak generally about media ethics, and after that you bring the discussion about journalism ethic, and focus on this issue. So I ask, please, Adina, I want to show you a cover, time cover from 2018, and this was a very, and is a very debatable case of journalistic ethic, a case study. If Adina help me to
yeah, you have to stop sharing.
Okay,
and I will
again,
share. Yes.
Stop sharing. Okay. Now,
Can I?
Yeah, no.
No, this one. So this?
You have on WhatsApp. No. I sent it to you on WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. Just a second to open, to go between screens. Just a second.
Can you?
Yeah. Just
No.
a second. No, yes, in a second. So this is right.
You've seen this cover of Time magazine. Do you know some info about the story behind of this photo? It's a case study of journalism ethics in the world. I put you on the slides useful digital resources with case studies in journalism and media to see, and this example is one of them. That case studies. The photo was taken in 2018 of a journalist from Time magazine that was in I don't know the border the border with Mexico, biroul autorităților.
The official bureau of authorities at the border, at the Mexican border.
Yes, and there were a young mother with her little girl, 2 years old. And usually, in many cases, the parents, refugees' parents, were separated by their child. But in this case, you see in this cover, the mother wasn't separated by the daughter, her little daughter. And the question is if Time magazine was ethical when they put these images on the cover, suggesting that because of bad political and management in United States, many of Mexican suffer about because of this. So in reality, as I said, the mother was not separated with this little daughter, but the journalist that was there took this photo in a moment when the little girl was between little girl and her mother was a distance about 2 meters. This image suggests that this happened in that case. Many voices, media expert voices, said that it was not ethical for Time magazine to manipulate this photo and to suggest in a very emotional cover that this little girl was separated by her mother, because the reality was other. The child and the mother was separated just for a few minutes, not more. And after that, they could stay together and remain in the country. The Time journalist was accused that they use this photo in a very emotional way, and they defend with a public statement after. And they said that this is a very representative photo, because in many cases, not in this, but in many other cases, the kids are separated by the parents. And this is, of course, a tragedy, always. So, which is the right approach in this case? Has anyone? Is the final slide. We will finish. It's pretty late in your countries. I think you are so sleepy, and me and Adina, we are so hungry. So we have to finish presentation. But I just want to ask you if do you think it's fair or not fair the way the Time used this photo?
Anybody?
I
think, Mina, this is what it's not most case, but sometimes when for example in Malaysia, for example, when I read newspaper, sometimes the journalist or the reporter that published the news, they would like to make it sensation, to make it sometimes the title, sometimes like you said just now, this picture is not a reality in terms of that the mother and the daughter is not separated, but only a short moment they are just a little bit 2 meters away. So the journalist took chance for this one, to make a sensational topics or issues, something like that. So I don't know, sometimes this is what happened, you know, whether they want to take this opportunity to what do you call that, to push the rank of the media, or maybe they have some other agenda that they want to push that we also don't know why. Yeah, so that's the normal case, I think. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Huda. Thank you very
maybe
much.
I'll weigh in also. I mean, I think if you want to talk about ethics, then probably if it's black and white, I guess it's not so ethical to do that. But then if you think about how information is mediatized nowadays online, things like memes and social media, this happens all the time. People are taking what we call intertextual, right? We take from other texts and we create new text into a new context. So in a sense, I don't think there is anything unusual. So to me, I think it's okay, and it's our creativity in a sense.
Yeah, look.
Thank you a lot, Charity. It's so good to hear you today. I don't have the right answer, but I think that maybe this photo could be could had legend, a short legend to explain that this photo, this girl was not separated by her mother, but the image is representative for many other cases. Maybe this is a possibility, but the journalist didn't say anything at the moment, just put the image on the cover and make audience generate emotions, of course, on this topic, sensitive topic. And after that, when they were accused, they come public with a public statement and try to defend themselves. So sorry for our technical problem today. So I hope next time we will manage better. I don't know, I will exercise with Adina with Zoom, because we are not accustomed with this platform very well, as I said. So have a nice evening, colleagues. Thank you a lot for your resistance and for your effort, long effort today. Adina, if you want to finish.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you for your participation. We've got some nice clouds, word clouds. Yeah, from the first part of the session. I'll see you all next week. Yes.
Thank you very much for the session as well, Anadina, and all the presenters in the morning. I have one question, last question.
Thank you, Dr. Masni.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mazinda. Thank you, Masni.
Fatin, stop, Fatin.
Thank you, Fatin.